but it's by Lloyd Kenyon Jones, who was a prolific writer of the 20s and 30s, and it's the best book I ever read on psychic abilities, which ones there are, how to recognize them, and how to develop them. This is just something to keep in mind. Great. It's not, and I'm always hesitant to do this because I don't like to do a sales pitch, but it is definitely, I'm almost evangelical about this book because it's marvelous. It's called Hunches, and this is what you described, that the intuitiveness, the feelings. I mean, I've had the same thing happen to me over the years. I remember my wife was casting a film, and she found a guy who was just the right person to play the part. And when it was over, I said, he's not going to come back. You better prepare. He said, no, he's going to do it. He isn't going to do the part. I could just feel it. And so she got a backup ready, and he didn't show up. Sometimes we there's a thing, and it happens, and we get these vibes. Right. And the question is, how do you control that? Because you don't want that on all the time either. You want to be able to turn that off. It's like, do you imagine?
Or not just control it, but kind of like believe in yourself to understand those feelings. Yes,
to listen to that voice.
Not be doubtful of yourself. Right.
Yeah. Just because the world is so full of coincidences that it's unbelievable, and it's. The world is smaller than we think, and I strongly, and for the people listening, if you think that if this resonates with you, what you're listening to now, if you've had these kind of feelings, and a lot of people do, and especially people who listen to this show because you're interested in this kind of stuff, check out the book Hunches. That's all I can say is that it's a wonderful, wonderful book that will help you develop these powers. It's got a dream book inside of it too. Those things fell out of favor years ago, but it tells what various dreams mean. So, but mostly it's about clairvoyance, clairaudience, hunches, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So check it out. I think you'll benefit from it. But you're doing well. You're on a good path.
All right.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye. And let's shuffle the cards. And you're listening again, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. We've been doing this for over 10 years now. That's amazing. I've got a backlog of hundreds and hundreds of shows. And I stopped numbering them here in my files. I'm going to have to do that. I have to spend an afternoon and do that. I became very lazy and very, what's the word I'm looking for? Lazy. That's the word I'm looking for. Lazy. I've become contemplative. No, I've become lazy, I like to joke that in an earlier marriage, one of the big complaints that my spouse had was that I procrastinate. And I got very angry when I looked that word up 2 weeks later. One more time. Anyway, Patsy in New Orleans is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Patsy. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. How is New Orleans?
Hot.
I've never gotten down to New Orleans. I always wanted to. I have in my collection, I have a signed album by Sweet Emma, which I know she signed lots of them, but I managed to hang on to one, and I've got it. And I listen to it once in a while when I dust off the vinyl. But it makes me want to go there.
I'm actually in Lacombe, Louisiana, which is only 30 minutes from New Orleans.
Oh, boy. What I wouldn't give, huh? Well, I guess, because I live in a tourist neighborhood, so I know what it's like. So I don't know how the tourists are in New Orleans, but I know what they're like here.
Yeah.
And I'm not too thrilled with them, and I don't want to be one.
Yeah.
See, the tourists are the people who stand 5 abreast on the streets in the sidewalk of New York and block everybody while they look up at the buildings. But at least they come here and they enjoy New York. And I live in what's essentially the theater district.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Wow. I always wanted to go to New York.
Well, catch it before it's gone. It's changing.
Oh, wow.
Really? it's getting mallized. It's getting to be like a mall. But we do have, the Broadway Theater is still hanging on in there, even though it costs a fortune to go see. But we still have lots of little attractions. There's, the old New York is here. I mean, complaining about New York changing is a very New York thing to do. I mean, I've seen books from the 1950s, the early 50s with Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg whining about how Greenwich Village is dead. So it keeps going. But we managed to stay here. So what can we look at for you tonight? What can the cards show you?
Well, I don't. I had two questions. My mother, she passed away when I was 20.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 60 now. I'll be 60 tomorrow. But anyway, I never get a sign. I mean, I don't ever feel her, And so I was just wondering if she's around, if she shows me anything or has any message for me. And then I also have a son that has autism.
Oh.
And, I'm getting up in age, and I'm just wondering if he's going to be okay after I pass on.
Let's see if there's a message from your mom. How's that?
Okay.
Because there's very definite signs I look for in a reading of afterlife reading to see if we're getting anything. And that involves one of several cards, like the death card or the high priestess card or judgment. So let's just see. So far I haven't gotten anything.
No.
No, I'm not getting anything at all. Let's take a look at your son, and then we'll go back to that, okay?
Okay.
Maybe that's a higher priority for you right now. This is what's blocking it. Okay. I'm seeing that there's provisions that you're making, that there will be. I'm getting cards of money. It's a sad situation, first of all. That's the Three of Swords, which is, that a heart pierced with swords. Then I have the Six of Coins and the Four of Coins, and these indicate money. And then that's followed by the Sun, which is health and healing and happiness and growth. The World, which is a card of success, assured success. So that's telling me that that he'll be taken care of. That there seems to be a fund, and there seems to be methods that'll come up that will help. Let's just see if we can get anything. And listen, let me tell you, this is not normal for me, because I never have not had this work with an afterlife reading. But you did start by saying that you never hear anything and you never feel it, so let's see if we can do something. If I don't get anything now, you can contact me off the air. Okay. My email is asktarot@earthlink.net. You can find me through askoneradio.com. There's all kinds of ways to get me. And at no charge, I'll try it again. How's that? Okay. Because we might want to just discuss a few things in a more positive way and see if we can do it.
Okay.
But no, see, I'm not getting any of the cards that I usually get that indicate a past life reading at all. Okay. So if you can try another time with me or here, if you can get through, or just drop me an email and we'll arrange to do something that way. Okay. And no charge. Okay. I mean, this is not like sneaking a job out of you. This is we can do it by phone. The email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, one word, at earthlink.net. That's a nice old email.
Oh, okay. Okay, I appreciate that.
And we'll either do it by email or we'll do it over the phone, and I'll call, it won't cost you anything. And because this has never failed, but I have a feeling that you were not expecting anything, and that expectation is what's getting in the way. Okay?
Yeah.
So we'll take care of it if you want to, all right?
Okay, I appreciate it.
I hope to hear from you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle up the cards. Jennifer in Minnesota is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you tonight, Jennifer?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I'm just kind of looking into, I'm having relationship problems.
Mm-hmm. And
where that's headed or what direction I should take.
Okay, let's see. 99 times out of 100, people ask me that they know what they want to do. You know what I mean? Let's see what I'm getting. Is this a new relationship?
No.
Okay, because
no.
I got a card here, which is the Page of Cups, which is about a new relationship. And that could either mean a new relationship or the relationship you're in reaching a new level. Unfortunately, the next card is a card of unhappiness, great sorrow, the Three of Swords, which, it doesn't get more sorrowful than that. It shows a heart pierced by swords and it's crying. So there's a very serious situation here, right?
Right.
Well, the Knight of Cups is about it usually means a new relationship too. That's like the Page of Cups. That's why I'm confused here about this. Here's another one, which is the Two of Cups. And notice you asked about relationship and you're getting cards that are cups, and that's good. That means that the cards are listening to you. But they're pointing the way to something new coming into your life. The Page of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Two of Cups is about a new romance. Here's the Queen of Cups, that it's something that you'll take in. And here's the Ten of Cups, which shows happiness. I mean, this is very odd, I think what you're thinking about is leaving, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, this is just showing that there's a lot of good stuff romantically in your future. But this is not the kind of decision that you want cards to make for you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's a heavy thing here. But here's the Nine of Cups. That's about a very sensual relationship. But it's cups again. It's cups. It's cups. Cups. Every time I get a card here for you, it's cups. It's telling me that the page and the knight, they're telling me that there's something new coming your way.
Okay.
So, I can't, barely knowing you or the situation, I certainly can't advise you, but you keep an eye out, because here's the Nine of Swords. It's a very sorrowful situation right now, right? You're not happy.
Right.
That's like the Nine of Swords and the Three of Swords are truly unhappy. But yet other cards indicating the future are happy, and they all center around romance. Like the Nine of Cups I was telling you about, or the Ace of Cups and the Knight of Cups and the Page of Cups. These are all, I'm just seeing happiness romantically in your future. How you get there is not something that I can advise you on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. So
I do.
But like I said, most people know what they want when they ask a question like that.
Right.
Like, say, if the question was, if I stay with this person, what will my life be like? If I leave, what will my life be like? But I think these cards are answering that there's good stuff in the future, and everything relating to now is sorrow. Here's another one. There's a Five of Coins. That's about money problems and sadness and woe, followed by the Ace of Cups, which is about romance. See, now, you're not being treated well in this relationship, are you?
Not the best, not the worst.
Because look at the Five of Swords here is, it's not very good. And the Six of Swords is here, which is a card about somebody going from where they are to where they want to be.
Okay.
So you're going to make, let me put it this way, as bland as this sounds, you are going to make changes in your life that are going to bring you the happiness that you want. What those changes are is up to you. Correct?
Okay.
So You know,
Correct.
don't let anybody tell you in an encounter like this what to do. I'm just seeing that whatever it is you do, you're going to make the choice that leads to happiness.
Okay.
So you consider what you need carefully, and you know, here, look, the sun is here. That's a card about health and growth and joy and happiness. It's good. You know, I see suffering and pain, but not in your future. Okay, you're going to take care of that.
Perfect. That will be perfect.
Is there anything else you want to look at?
Just, is there anyone you can see in the cards watching over me?
Okay. Shuffle them up. And, well, this is fascinating. I'm not going to particularly go by the meaning of these cards as much as I'm going to go by the pictures on the cards. The cards are the Lovers and Temperance. Now, in the Lovers card, it shows two people with an angel over them watching them. And the Temperance card shows an angel. So I think the answer to your question is yes. The image that the cards wanted me to see, to tell you about, is an angel watching over people. So there you go, right? So yes, I do see somebody. So that's good. That's nice. And it can be a little creepy to think that there's somebody watching over you, but it can be comforting. It can also be comforting too, you know. So
yeah.
But I think that you asked the question because you could feel it, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, you're a very intuitive person, and these two cards, to get two cards with an angel on them and one specific, here's another one. This is the Star, which is about hope and optimism, and it shows a bird. There's a person, a woman in the water, balancing the water, and there is a bird in a tree watching over her. See, that's the spirit. So that's two cards you got that have spirits watching over somebody. So that's the message is, yeah, you do have somebody watching over you. Okay?
Sounds great.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for calling. And I will light a candle, and we'll send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And folks, that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Whatnot, where we get together and we look through the tarot cards. And oh boy, I've got a lot of stuff to tell you about, but I've only got a couple of minutes left. There's a new book up at Amazon, not by me. It's a reissue of a book by Upton Sinclair with a foreword by Albert Einstein. Yes, that guy, Albert Einstein. You know, there's a very funny story about Albert Einstein. It's funny if it's true, but there was a guy in America called Petrillo, who was the head of the musicians union. And one of the things Petrillo did was he called a strike. He called a recording strike. And for a period in the late 40s, nobody made records unless they were like a self-contained group. So you'll get recordings by the Mills Brothers because they were just 3, sometimes 4 guys with a guitar. And you got choir recordings, but he called a musician strike. And I used to wonder, there were jokes in the Warner Brothers cartoons where Bugs Bunny would say, I sure hope Petrillo doesn't find out about this. Well, there was a benefit for the musicians union, and Petrillo played the trumpet. And Oscar Levant was playing the piano. And in this trio, Albert Einstein played the violin. And they couldn't get their timing right. And in exasperation, Petrillo turned to Einstein and said, geez, Einstein, can't you count? Well, to me, that's funny anyway, you know. But you see, even Einstein is not an Einstein all the time. But he wrote the foreword to this book. And it's called Mental Radio. And these are tests that Upton Sinclair did, definitive tests that he did with his wife. to show that telepathy is real. This is what we talked about, like with hunches, for instance. It shows about that. But you see, it was a highly attacked book, but his methods stood up. People thought it was wrong that it was his wife who took part in the experiments with him, but that's kind of silly. It's because somebody had to do it, and it's just a fascinating book that helps prove the existence of mental telepathy. And we all know that. I mean, years ago, somebody gave me great advice. He said, always act as if people can read your mind, because they can. And boy, I tell you, because we give out more cues than we think. People can tell what we're thinking, you can tell when somebody's lying to you a lot of the times. You know that. So it's definitely a book worth looking at. I mentioned again, I'll repeat that 2 books that I mentioned. These are wonderful books that will improve your life. It's Unmasking Fear and Hunches. You can find those at mojoacademy.org. mojoacademy.org. There's new books coming. By that I mean old books that have been forgotten. I've got a book from the 1890s that before I got ill I started to restore, and I am continuing that right now, and soon it will be available. And it's a book on the wonders and glories of solitude. That scares a lot of people, solitude, but I like it, and this is a book explaining a lot about it. And in today's electronic world where we're overloaded with images and sounds, that's good. So until next week, we've run out of time. Remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, how are you? Nice and warm in the weather, I hope. Now, a few weeks ago, we've had lots and lots of callers coming in to A1R Psychic Radio and on Moonstruck TV. And there's been some amazing feedback. We've had some viewers and some callers who haven't quite caught the information that I've been giving out. So they've wanted to have a look back onto the video and rerun it again. And of course, you can do that. You can go straight to the video section and have another little look. And just so that you can see how psychic, clairvoyance, mediumship, crystal ball, all of those elements can be used, you can join us here live on our Psychic Destiny show. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I welcome you to the show here today. And we're looking at cards, and I've got my tarot cards here already so that we can show you some of the cards. If you go to my Facebook page, which is Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings, you'll find out a lot about cards. And also on Instagram, same name, Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings. And you'll find a lot about the crystal ball. In the UK, I also hold evenings of clairvoyance, and that's where we have an audience, big audience, and I will issue messages out to everybody. Can't get everybody, but spirits come through in abundance, and that's what we're looking for. And I always ask people to come up and take hold of the crystal ball. Just, touch it or blow on it. You can make a wish or just try and take a little peek into the crystal, because it's amazing what people can see. Sometimes we have an initial that comes through very, very loudly and clearly, plainly. And sometimes we can see an image, maybe an aeroplane, maybe a space rocket or a car. Some form of transport often is here. And we do also get signs of love hearts that are here, and symbols that we can use to interpret your reading universally. And I also use the crystal ball for cosmic ordering. And when we use cosmic ordering, this is sending a big, big wish out to the universe, and we're asking for a response. And we're remembering the rules as well, that every action has a reaction to it. So when we make a wish, there will be a comeback, there will be a feedback. So that's where the saying, be careful what you wish for, actually comes from. It comes from that old adage, which is, with harm to no one and without being selfish. That's very hard to do, isn't it? Make a wish about what you really want, what your hopes and dreams really are for yourself, not for somebody else. You can't make a wish or a cosmic order to trap somebody else into a relationship or to make somebody come back to you if they don't want to. So you can't affect another person's will, but you can affect your own. So this is what we're going to be looking at today, the crystal ball, how we can really use this crystal in order to bring happiness and some new excitement, I think, really, into your life, and to make things happen that you perhaps wouldn't ordinarily know would be happening. So we have Ted that's here. Hello there, Ted. Are you on the line? Terry, is it? Sorry, I can't see properly.
Yeah, Terry.
Hi there, Terry. We've got too many planets in the way, you see. This is what the matter is. We're in space. This is what we're looking at today. We're in outer space. So, Terry, hello, and good to be reading for you. Now, Terry, I am going to look very much at the wider spectrum of your life at the moment, because I think that you're in for a lot of changes. There's changes and turbulence that's around you. Your energy, your aura is not clear. It's not clean. It's not smooth. Would you agree with that? Do you feel trapped as well?
Yeah.
Do you feel, so you just can't make that move. You want to, and I feel that the wish is there, and that you want to do all sorts of things with your life. And in your mind, you're there. You can imagine it. You're in it. You're in the moment. But you are also restricted. And these restrictions are coming in because you have this sort of wall around you. I also want to give you somebody else in spirit, a man with the initial of T as well. That's what I was having straight away when you came.
God.
Is it your dad?
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's here.
My son. His son.
And okay. And
He's here?
so I didn't. Yeah, he's with you. He's come in way to sort of share this moment with you. And I just feel that he was such a powerful person, wasn't he? He's so proud of you. Do you know that? He always was.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh.
You okay, Terry? Look what you've got.
Thank you, honey.
Yeah. You've got the Two of Cups. This is a man with a true heart. This is your dad. He is saying how much he cared for you, how much he loved you. And he couldn't speak, could he? Was there a problem with his voice? I want to go here.
My son?
Your son. Is that it? Okay.
Yes.
What was
the son.
What's the problem?
He had cancer.
Okay. He had
cancer. Cancer and he died. Yes.
I'm so sorry. But was it here? Was it in his this area where he couldn't speak to you?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, he was medicating himself because of this. And he did not speak at all. We didn't speak at all either to him. Just nothing.
Okay. Well, do you know what? He's showing you, this is your son, he is showing you the Empress card. He's saying to you what a great mum you were, what a great mother you were. God. This is the next card that you've drawn, which is the card of the mother, the card of the generous, all loving, all caring woman. And look what you've been through. You've had such a sad loss. To lose a child is so hard. It's hard to bear. It's the worst feeling. And yet you've borne this very well. You've got pride in yourself, haven't you? And you hold yourself up well. I can see that. And you walk down the street and you know that you've had sadness and loss, but you're still able here to look the world straight in the eye, to look forward. And that's brave. I mean, that's really brave for you to do that.
I think because he's around me.
Yeah. And don't miss him, because he's always there. Your son is there. Your father is there. There's this lady here. Now, this is not a lady in spirit. This is somebody who's with you in the earth plane. And she is walking alongside you. She's a great friend or a sister or a daughter, a woman who you can rely upon and trust. And she's got such a good heart. She's such a lovely, lovely person. And you're blessed to have her as well. Do you feel that? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I do. Yes. My dad is living, though. He's not died.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, you said my dad is pardon, but he's not. He's still living.
Yeah. Well, your dad as well. So proud of you. But
yes, he is.
The spirits are with you. Spirits are here and with you. And this is a lady that is able to really take you forward and just be a confidant, somebody that you can talk to. Now, the changes that are around you, let's go back to what I could see here right at the start of your reading. And we do have the crystal as well. So we're going to look at this crystal now and just take a little snapshot view. I feel as though you're planting things. This is symbolic. So you're putting down some new ideas. You're making sure that you're going to attempt a new venture. There's adventure here as well. So you'll be traveling, you'll be trying new things. And this is all exciting. There's quite a lot of excitement that's coming through. But where I can see you planting everything down in the ground and sort of putting those seeds down, planting the seeds around, I feel that this is where you are going to be dreaming up some new plans, making plans and making your hopes, dreams and your wishes come true. You've been so frustrated, been blocked. There's a blockage here and that needs to go. And that's what we are going to do. We're going to make that blockage go today, and that lifting you up there's angels with you as well. So you must have... Do you understand that? Do you understand why they're there?
So they're to help me cope.
Yeah.
And get through my path.
And lifting you up and taking you onto the right pathway. You're quite psychic here. I can see you being able to understand your dreams, understand little signposts that come your way. You're understanding this reading as well. When I say to you, don't be frightened of your life. Don't be frightened of yourself. Don't be frightened of dying. Don't be frightened of anything. This is now a time for you to accept what a great mother you are. Your son has come through. He couldn't speak. He had his trials, but he was so grateful for you being such a wonderful person. I mean, the family is close around you. You also have other ancestors here. Somebody who's in here in your crystal aeroplane and a uniform, an airman uniform. Do you know who that may be? You don't. If you don't know, okay.
My ancestors way back. I don't know.
Okay. Well, he's come through in your reading, which is unusual. So maybe ask some of your friends or family members or the neighbour next door. Somebody is gravitating to you. He's in an Air Force uniform and he's flying a plane, pilot. So I'm going to give you that. Maybe for the next caller or, maybe for someone else. But as he is here in your reading, it's likely to be a piece of information that comes to light in the next day or two, or even a few weeks away. Now, I'm going to give you the initial of D, because I feel that D is a very strong connection to you. And this is coming in with, are you looking at a new job or a new project here? Is that something that you're interested in at all?
No. I've been not interested in anything for the last 4 years. I've just been...
I know, I can see. But we're going to get you going. We're going to get you moving, and you're going to be delighted, I think, with some of the prospects that are now in view for you, because changes are here and you can't stop those from happening because you're alive. Life is there for you to live, and that's what you are going to do. So some exciting challenges that are here. You're worried about your health, aren't you? I can see that. I can see that, some moments you have where you just don't really feel as though you want to persevere anymore, that, you've had enough. Well, there is a pet, there's an animal that's around you. Do you have a dog or a cat? Is there an animal there?
No, I don't like animals.
No, there seems to be an animal that I'm seeing here. I think it's a very, very small...
Maybe it's my son's dog who passed away with him. Yeah.
Ah, really? Was that a dog, a small dog? Was it a small dog?
Oh my God, yes, my mother passed a year after my son. And she had a dog named Lucky, a little dog.
Ah, okay.
And we had to put him down. We had to put him down after she died because he was
Were you in... Okay. So were you in charge of that? Did you take charge of that, having to deal with Lucky?
I had to, yes.
Yeah, okay. That's why the connection is there with you then. This little dog come running in. So what that means for you here is that you'll have that strong connection to spirit. You have that, very powerful means of being able to make those connections yourself. And that's exactly what you're going to do. I think watch out for your dreams, because your dreams are very prominent. You're not sleeping well anyway. So take notice here of perhaps some of the images that you see in your dreams or some of the events that happen if you can't quite understand what the messages are.
Can I say something about my dream?
Your dreams are not easily understood, are they? That you seem to have a lot of... I can't
remember my dreams. And the other day, I asked on the Facebook, it told me to say my son's name 3 times and ask for a sign. I asked for a bird to land on me. And then I went to bed last night, and a freaking bird landed on my head and was pecking at my head. And I knew it was my son coming. I knew he was gone in my dream. I knew it was him came in my dream with a bird and pecking on my head.
Yeah. Well,
I swear to God.
Oh, wow.
He gives me signs every day, this kid. Honest to God, he's 26 guy. And he gives me signs all the time.
No, and it's his sense of humor as well, isn't it? Because a bird is always...
Yes. You want to make sure I remember the dream. He kept pecking on my head. Make sure I remembered it.
Well, to land on, and I'm going to wish you all the best, and thank you so much for coming in on the show.
Thank you, honey, for your bless, and thank you for sharing your blessing us with everybody. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Okay, well, we're going on to bye-bye now. Bye-bye, Terry. Bye-bye. What a lovely lady, and how difficult life has been for her as well. So let's see what we have now for our next. Shamika. Hello, Shamika. Are you ready on the line? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hello, Shamika. Hi there. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm speaking to you from London in the United Kingdom, and it's very hot. This is just a quick weather report. We do have to do this at least once during my show because I have awful weather here. So, Shamika, the very first thing that I want to say to you is I'm seeing here lots of cups of coffee and tea and cakes and like everything on a table, all this food, or it's like a party celebration. There's something coming up that you want to invite people to and share some time with people. And this is coming up quite soon. Now, do you know about this yet, or am I connecting you to spirit straight away? Because we have this lovely lady here who I feel is a lady in spirit, and she's showing me all of this lovely celebration, like a birthday party spread. There's all sorts of little treats there, a cake, and lots of different elements that are here. And this is coming up next. I want to give you September. September does seem to be very important time for you, and messages are coming to you as well. This is from somebody who you love, a person that you love, a man that you love, and a person that does seem to have disappointed you. There's a devastation as well in the recent past. So have you experienced that in the past? Have you experienced this sense of loss or disagreement? There's this falling out, this everything sort of tumbling down to the ground. Is that what has happened to you?
I went through a very bad breakup in 2019. My birthday is coming up, but I hadn't planned any parties. I threw a party for my grandmother.
Oh, right. So it's your grandmother in spirit, is it? Okay. Your birthday, is that around September or before September?
No, my daughter's birthday is in September. My birthday is in August.
Yours isn't. Okay. Well, I think it's the September birthday. This is going to mark a change. It's a turning point. It's a signpost for you. And your daughter is here. She's the star card as well. She's a youngster, younger than you anyway. She may not be that young, but she's got high ambition and an awful lot of hope and promise in her future and in her life. So there's good news around you and your daughter. But yeah, very bad breakup. Okay, 2019, 5 years ago, not that long ago, really. Sometimes it takes...
Well, I'm going through a thing now with a guy, and I think that... I think he's trying to leave, but doesn't exactly know how. I've been dealing with him for about a year now, almost a year. August will make it a year.
So is he living with you when you say he's trying to leave? Is he actually in a relationship with you?
He tells everybody that we're best friends. It started out as supposed to be, like a friends with benefits thing, I guess. But he moved in, and he's been staying here since February. But I just get the sense, like everything's changing. Like he's not that attentive to me. I feel like he's talking to somebody else and trying to see if it'll work out. You know, for him to move on around or move with them or whatever. But it's playing on my mind.
Well, I'm not surprised that you do have the Tower card here. Now, the Tower always comes in like a bit of a lightning strike, you know, it's like a flash. Some event that is crossing your path, about to happen. It's a future placement that allows you to make a strong decision because you're making a judgment call here. And that's the next card to it. And your daughter, who I was talking about, beautiful soul that she is going to help you. And she's going to be going through this period with you as well. So,
and that's funny that you say that, because yesterday we was talking about it. Me and my daughter talk a lot. We're really close. Yeah. And I was saying, I think that it's about over. And she said, I hope you don't hurt as bad as you did in 2019. She's like, I'm going to be there for you, but I really hope that you don't go through that again.
Yeah.
That's just odd.
She's there in your cards, and she will be there to support you. Let's see what the next card brings you. Well, it does bring you happiness, but this is hard fought for. And this is happiness in your home and you being safe in your home. So you keeping your home. So I do feel that he would be the one to leave, but the decision isn't made yet. It's not happened yet. I do feel that you have to be really aware that consequences are there. You know, be quiet, be proud of yourself. Do not come across as making demands to him. Let him be. I feel that the time for happiness in your relationship has long gone. It's been and gone. That happiness for you now is venturing forward into an unknown space, an unknown pathway that you can feel safe and secure on. Your grandmother is there. She's holding your hand. She's taking your hand. Did she give you a bracelet? I've got a bangle or a bracelet that I want to put on your arm here, on your wrist, and it's like friendship, and it means a lot to her. It means a lot to you. And the birthday celebration around your daughter this September, that will be the time of change. So you do have time here to prepare yourself. Now, this man, I think he has high regard for you. This is not about emotion. This is not about feelings or what he thinks of you as a person. He does respect you, and he has got that high regard for you. But he's bored. I just see him as being bored, and this happens to people a lot. They want to move on, to have the next chapter in their lives, to find excitement and some thrills, which, you know, he's been around the block a few times, so he wants something new. And you may be able to provide him with that, but do you really want to jump up and down and go through all of the tricks and try to please him as much as he would like you to? Or is it better now for you to look here into the crystal ball, to make that wish? And this wish is about you to have a challenge to come into your life, to follow the pathway that your grandmother is showing you, which is wide and open, and for you to feel comforted as well, and to feel as though life is good, you know, and that you're not going to be left behind. You're not going to be in a situation where you can't cope, because you're clever and you're a woman, you're experienced, you've lived your life to this point, and nothing is going to stop happiness from coming into your future. But the man who is in your life at this time cannot bring you that level of happiness anymore. He just can't do it. He hasn't got it. He hasn't got it to give. And you need more than that. You need more fulfillment here for you to feel as though you have good future, a safe future, and something to look forward to. At the moment, it's doom and gloom. You're not looking forward to happy occasions. You're thinking, well, when is the worst going to happen? When is he going to, suddenly drop me? When is he suddenly going to move on? And it doesn't really matter about what on earth is going on in his life. What matters is what's going on in your life. Now, I'm just taking you to this point here because I am focusing very much on heart. Now, it's a complete heart. It's a solid heart that I'm seeing. And this is you. This is you wanting to have your heart filled with joy and with happiness. And you do have that in the future. There's someone else that is walking towards you very strongly, plainly, clearly. You're being helped by spirit. Do develop your strength of mind. Don't be weak-minded. Do be sensible, be careful, and just let it be at this time, Shamika. There's nothing much more for you to contemplate. But your daughter, does she have a daughter? Has she got a child?
Mm-hmm.
Your granddaughter?
Yeah, she has a son and a daughter.
No, it's your granddaughter that I want to go to. And because she is a bright spark and she is the person of strength here in your reading, strength and fortitude and patience. So your granddaughter will be the focus for you to bring you into many, many pleasurable times in the future. So it's all the women in your family that are bringing this great happiness, from your grandmother, who is over there in spirit, looking down on you, to your daughter and your granddaughter, to yourself, that you will find that happiness, find that really wonderful place that you can be. So don't worry, don't be concerned. Don't think that you're not lovable, because you are. You're a wonderful person. You're enough as well for anybody to love.
I've thought about that for a while now. It's like every man I give myself to hurts me really bad, and I don't understand why.
Well, it's because you're so lovely and you're too trusting. That's why. So start to be a little bit with yourself. But come back to me and go to my website. Maybe we can sort something out. gracedestiny.com is where you can find me. Thank you for joining me. We've come to the end of our show now today, but I will be back next week where we can have some more free readings. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Judith Miller in Spirit with Judith Miller. Judith Miller. Live from miller-judith.com/Judith-Miller.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Judith Miller and Spirit
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone. Good evening from the UK, should I say Ireland? And good morning if it's a different time zone for yourself. So my name is Judith Miller. I'm a spiritual medium. My passion is connecting to the spirit world. I'm very much spirit-led, and everything I do is through spirit. So I wanted to give a few announcements before we start. So if anybody's calling in, I would be grateful if you're happy for me to connect to the spirit world. We have psychic mediums and we have spiritual mediums, and I'm very much a spiritual. So spirit will give guidance, but it is always spirit-led. It's not just an energy reading. It's not a card reading. I don't use any tools. I just communicate. So I'm holding an event on the 16th of August, 7:30 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. And it is a spiritual name blessing and attunement with spirit. When we're born, spirit very much, our loved ones and our families, we get christened, we have name days. We're giving names that mean a lot to us by our parents and our loved ones. But a lot of people don't realize that we also have a spiritual name. And a spiritual name is a very precious gift to be given, but can only be given by spirit. I was very grateful and very lucky. I'm very, very grateful I received my spiritual name. And when we receive our spiritual name from spirit, it gives us not just connections with our lineage, but also it helps awaken that sleeping spirit within, and it connects us with our spiritual essence. So on the 16th of August, it is an online event. I'm holding the spiritual name blessing and attunement with spirit. 7:30 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. You can pick up tickets. The cost of the tickets is £20. You can collect the tickets off my website. You can contact me via my Facebook page, my website, my Instagram, my TikTok, or even here through Air Psychic TV or Air Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So please, it would be lovely to come along and receive your spiritual name and also that attunement with spirit. Also, I wanted to let everyone know that prophetic, and the title for that is And So It Begins. Now, it's been out for 1 week so far. Lots has come true already within that 1 week. Now, when I say I'm not a fortune teller in that sense, I am very much the spiritual medium. Psychic or prophetic news is Spirit's program. It's not my program. It's not my podcast as such. It's Spirit's podcast. And everything that is given of what Spirit is preparing us for what's happening and what's already been taking place already is for our greater good, and it's to help us, because there's a lot in our world we're not being told about. And there's a lot in our world where we have let other people guide us and give us the information that we think is a truth, when really It's not. So Spirit very much share a lot of revelations. They share a lot of the mysteries of the enigmas of this world, about the moon, about our world and what it really is, what it's like, what all we're here for. There's so much. So if you haven't touched on Prophetic News on Judith Miller YouTube channel, watch it from the start. It's amazing how Spirit have been pushing and pushing every 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks. And they share that. And the information, they validate themselves. It's not me doing fortune telling. It's not my messages. I am purely the conduit. I'm purely passing the messages that Spirit need to share. And if you watch from episode 1 right up through the podcast up into episode 9, last month we predicted Mr. Trump's attempted assassination. There is more to come with Mr. Trump, and I want to say San Diego. Mr. Trump needs to be careful when it comes to either San Diego being there or connected to San Diego. But it's important that Spirit tell us the predictions. There's a few predictions there, and why Spirit tell us those? It's to show that everything else they're telling us is true. It's really to gain our trust and to show this came true. We prepared you for this. You have seen for yourself. It's exactly as Spirit said it would unfold. So now let us share the truths of your world with you. And now let us show you all the revelations that we have that we can now share. Now we're in a better position to listen. Before we weren't. before COVID, we weren't in the position to listen because we were too quick to dismiss everything. When really Spirit have been telling us for a long time the truths of our world. I've not wanted to listen, whether it's through fear or whether it's through other people's opinions. But Spirit very much are trying to show you. So trust them. Spirit don't make it easy for us. So anybody who's on their spiritual journey, I have to say, we'll never get it easy. There's highs and there's lows, and there will always be those highs and those lows. But when you awaken and follow your spiritual journey, not only do you get that validation and that evidence that your loved ones are still very much able not just to communicate with you, but to physically interact with you. I work as a physical spiritual medium. I work like this. So I very much help you physically interact with your loved ones. So I hope you enjoy the show. I hope you enjoy the spiritual name blessing. It's very, very different, but it's the most beautiful experience. And so is connecting to your loved ones. So I don't get to choose what I want to pass. I'm always of service. So I pass what Spirit would like to pass. So please check out YouTube, Judith Miller, and have a look at the Prophetic News. It will blow your mind. It truly will blow your mind how Spirit are preparing us massively. And I do lives on TikTok as well. And on TikTok, I'm medium 1111. I've only one TikTok, guys, okay? I only have one social platform of each. So I look forward to maybe meeting you on the 16th or maybe catching you on one of my lives. But yeah, keep trusting and keeping that awareness open, because there's been such a mass awakening in the last few years. It's going to get more. That sensitivity and that spiritual awareness is going to get more. And that's what Spirit's been trying to do. They're trying to waken up that sleepy spirit within and to show us that we are capable of so much more. We just have to believe in ourselves. So let me see, we've got Suzanne Pensacola in Florida. Excuse me if I have pronounced that wrong. Suzanne, how are you?
It's okay. I'm good. It's so good to hear your voice. Thank you.
Oh, it's lovely to hear you, Suzanne. How do you pronounce that? Pensacola?
Pensacola. That's it.
Oh, so I am pronouncing it correctly. Okay.
You are. You are right on with Florida.
Thank you. Over here, we've got about 19 degrees. What's your temperature, Suzanne?
Here it's about 99. I think the heat index is higher. It might be 93 with the heat index of 99 or 100.
I continue to wish.
I don't know. Sometimes it's a curse, sometimes it's a blessing.
Well, we always want what we don't have, don't we? Really, we always want what we don't have. So,
it's
Suzanne,
so true.
We do. Are you happy for me to connect to the spirit world and see who's coming forward for you?
I would be very happy for you to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see then who'll come forward for Suzanne. Okay. Okay, there's a gentleman coming forward for you, Suzanne. Okay, and so he's just started playing this tune. Do you know, oh gosh, I'm going to have to do it. Okay, so he's singing, he's humming a tune to me. This gentleman in spirit is humming a tune. And the tune, I have to do it, Suzanne, or you're not going to know what it is. It's, do you know, do 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 do. Do you know that tune?
I know that tune, but I can't imagine the person I'm thinking of singing that tune, but that's just okay.
So
it could be someone else.
So let the mind go free and let me bring some more forward for you. If my voice keeps changing, Suzanne, it's not me, it's spirit, okay? So if my voice keeps changing, I will let them change because they can use my voice box. Okay. So please can we ask, please can I ask how you passed, please? Okay. So do you understand, I want to talk about the month of June, and he's also said to me Cancer. But I think I'm bringing Cancer in two ways. I think I'm bringing a condition of Cancer in, but I'm also bringing in the zodiac.
Then my brother died of cancer, but that's why he was the first one I thought of when you said string. He played the guitar.
Okay, so
he died July 31st. He died July 31st.
Okay, so I have to say, Suzanne, although you can't place that tune at the moment, it's 100% relevant. Okay, I don't even know what that tune is, but that's he's humming that tune to me, and that was the first thing that he did. So I know it's very, very relevant. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay, can you take the name? Now, I'm not placing the name with the brother at the moment. I want to pass the name Bill.
Bill?
Yes. I want to pass the name Bill. But I want to put Bill on the earthly plane. Okay?
I don't know a Bill.
Okay.
Or at least in the past, I have a friend that's ready to cross over. He calls himself Bill, but his name is Mark.
Okay. But he still calls himself Bill. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know any Bills that are passed over.
No, he's on the earthly plane. If you watch this back, you'll see that I was saying the name Bill, sorry, but Bill was on the earthly plane. And you said that you knew somebody that goes by the name of Bill. So it's making sense. John, can you place that now?
I cannot.
Okay. Did you not say you had somebody on the earthly plane that called themselves Bill? They went by the name of...
I know I have a friend who's dying. He could die any day. His name is Mark, and because he's in the military, he goes by a name of Billy. And he's the only, I don't know, and all the Bills I know are alive.
But this person's alive. They're on the earthly plane. They're on Earth. Yes. They're not on the heaven. Yes. They're on Earth.
He's in Earth, unless he's died in the last day, and I haven't been notified.
They're not saying
he's
that.
The only person I know by that name.
That's not what they're saying. When you watch this back, you'll understand. Your brother's talking about a person called Bill on the earthly plane.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was one of his best friends.
Okay. So that's why I always say.
I'm misunderstanding you so much. I'm sorry.
You're grand.
I'm sorry that I misunderstood.
It's that Irish accent coming in.
I love your accent. Beautiful.
Thank you. So, Suzanne, your brother's acknowledging Bill. Okay? And I have to say, he's also talking about medals. I want to say medals in a box. You know, like medals you would wear, but they're in a box. I feel they're in like a keepsake box or like a storage box. But I have to say about medals in a box. Okay?
Okay.
Please, can I ask, sir, what else?
My brother told my other brother that's living told me when he was living, Michael left him. He knew Michael was dying because Michael had given him a box of medals that were my dad's.
Yeah. So he's validating in different ways, you know, that I couldn't know. He's given you information to validate that's him chatting to you, Suzanne. I have to tell you, he's with Grandad. And I want to say, did Grandad smoke like a tripper? Can you hear me?
My dad what? What?
Grandad. I want to talk about Grandad. He's talking, your brother is explaining he's with Grandad. Granddad's there. Yes, and I feel Grandad smoked a lot. He smoked a lot. Is that correct?
I don't know any of my grandfathers. Michael might have, but I did not know any of my grandfathers. I was very young when they died.
Okay. I can't take that back, so please ask within family. But he's making me aware Grandad kind of chain smoked. I have to try and watch the words I use, because over here we use probably terminology. We use different words in a different way, you know, lazy words probably, mm-hmm. I mean. So he's also acknowledging a birthday in August. Okay? There's a birthday in August he's talking about.
Yes,
okay.
My sister.
He's acknowledging the birthday. Okay, he's blowing out candles and he's smiling and he's handing me the balloons. Okay, I also want to talk about the month of January and the month of March. I feel something happened in January and there was more to whatever happened in January developed in March. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You mean in the current time? Or in the past?
No.
I don't know. I don't have a clue.
Okay. Remember, I've passed. He talks about January. What happened in January? Mm-hmm. Did you? Please, can I ask? What happened in January that you're saying moved over into March? Did somebody pass in the month of January? But there was a memorial or something. Okay. I want you to look out the bigger circle. So not just your exact immediate family, but the family circle or the friend, when we connect to the spirit world.
I can't think of who that person is. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take a note of it because it's going to come apparent to you, okay? He's acknowledging there's a gentleman and with him in spirit that passed in January, but there was either a memorial or there was something else to do with this other gentleman in March to do with his passing, I feel, whether it was a memorial. And if you ask within your family circle, it will become apparent. Sometimes when we're connecting to spirit, it's hard to think of everything off the top of our head. So I always say to people, write it down. If I'm doing readings, I would video record the readings so the person has them always to take with them and keep them, because it's very hard when we're connecting to the spirit world to remember every single thing off the top of our head. So you will be able to watch this back on this Air Psychic Radio or on the Moonstruck TV. Okay. So
great.
Do you understand he's talking about sisters and birthday party?
My sister, my sister. I have two, and my sister's coming down to Florida for her birthday.
Yeah.
And that's the sister, and her birthday is in August.
Okay. Because he's very much talking about that. Your brother was the life and soul. He loved a get together. He had a great sense of humor. He still does, a great sense of humor. But he's laughing as he tells me that because he's saying to me, the wise old owl. So I feel that he felt he carries a lot of wisdom with him. I feel he was somebody that you could go to that always kind of seemed to know what to do, or he maybe thought he knew what to do. But he's laughing as I say that. But it's important that I say the wise old owl. Okay? I want to talk about Mum. I also feel Mum is in spirit. Suzanne, would that be correct?
That is not correct.
Okay. Please can we question who is the lady mother figure coming forward, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to talk about that. There's a lady coming forward and she's talking about her lungs. Okay, she's making me aware of her lungs. I didn't even have to ask her. She's just talking about. So the mother figure who's coming forward is a mother figure within the family circle. So I feel she must be either a grandmother or an aunt. But I want to talk about her lungs, her breathing, respiratory problems. Can you understand that, Suzanne?
No, I do not.
Okay. Please don't dismiss it. It will become apparent, okay? Let me clarify and question some more for you. Okay, please can I ask you to explain something else that I can help link you in for Suzanne to understand, please? Suzanne, have you a friend in spirit who's a mother on the earthly plane?
Do I have what on the? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
you said, do I have?
Yeah. Do you have a friend in spirit who is a mother on the earthly plane?
I have a friend that's a mother. I have a lot of friends that are mothers on the earthly plane.
No, have you a friend in spirit who was a mother on the earthly plane?
I don't have any. I have no friends that I was close to that have passed away.
Okay,
All my friends are living.
Okay, I can never change what I'm being told, but I can question and I can clarify. Okay, but I can never take anything back because they're not my messages to take back. Please, can we ask, please, who is the lady coming forward, please? Okay. I want to talk about a lady in spirit who talks about her lungs. I also feel she had cancer, and I feel it affected her lungs and it went into her lungs. And I do want to connect that within the family circle. If you can't place her, Suzanne, ask within family, but please take a note of it, because I feel like she's an aunt. So she was also a mother on the earthly plane. She's in spirit now, but she was also a mother on the earth. So she has children, okay? She has sons and she has daughters, I'm being told. But I have to explain that it's to do with she had cancer, how it affected her lungs. It affects everywhere. But I feel she is a mother figure, so she would either be a grandmother, mother, or aunt. And at the moment, I want to say close to it. I'm going to stand over what I'm getting. I want to say aunt. Her children, this is family circle. Ask within family, because I feel once you come off this, you're going to say, that's who that was. But it's very important that why I'm wanting to pass her messages. It's important that she lets her children know she's okay. Her children aren't necessarily spiritual people, but I have to explain. I feel this lady has an older son in his 50s. She's just said to me she has a son in his 50s. Have you a cousin? Have you an aunt in spirit that's passed?
I've lost a cousin, and I do have an aunt in spirit that died of cancer. It was in her breast, and it spread through her body, so maybe it could be in her lungs. She had girls and a son.
Yeah, that's her. That's her. Okay. She was making me aware it spread into her lungs and it affected her respiratory and breathing. So yes, that's her. And what she's doing is she's trying to explain about the family, because I knew to stay with it, because I knew she was wanting to come forward. It's important that you explain. She wants her children to know she's okay. Could you let her children know that she is okay? And she sends her love. She sends her love. You have to slow down. She says, slow down. But please know, they're your brother and your aunt and your grandparents, and you have so many family members up there. I haven't got the opportunity to give you more to come forward, but please know they're all together. They're all together, Suzanne, and they're sending you so much love. So much love. And yeah, they're walking beside you every day. So they are walking beside you. Just keep
I've been
trusting.
feeling my brother more frequent than any of them, so I talk to him all the time.
Yeah, but there's so many more there that you maybe haven't realised, but they're there, Suzanne. They're your aunt's there for a start, your grandfather's there. There's just not enough time here for me to tell you how many loved ones is around you. Watch for the feathers. Watch for the feathers.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Readings by Diane
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Diane Jarecki here at Readings by Diane. Now, you can find me at Diane B. Jarecki because moving forward, I will no longer be doing predictive card readings. They will instead become part of my coaching business and be used as a therapeutic tool for doing shadow work and discovering blocks that are hidden for us. So I'm working now as a spiritual empowerment coach to empower people to discover the blocks and overcome the blocks that prevent them from achieving the success that they want in their lives. And I'm excited about doing that work. I've enjoyed being a card reader. I am enjoying turning them into an even better tool to really help get people unstuck and become aware of, we don't know what we don't know, right? And the tarot is a wonderful tool for bringing that into awareness. And it's harder to ignore a visual message than just an audio one. So when you get the combination of an audio video message, then you really get that kind of awareness of what needs to be addressed, what needs to be done a little deeper. It adds like an extra level to it. So that is what I will be doing moving forward. And I thank everybody who has joined me on this journey, being here, doing my show. So I hope you've enjoyed it. I appreciate you being here. But it's definitely time for me to move on and to step into this new phase of my work. And so I'm doing one more call today, one more reading on here. And this is going to be for Ava in Phoenix. Hi, Ava. How can I help you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. What can I do for you?
I would like to know about when I'm getting a job. My finances are kind of all over the place, and I'm looking for a job. So can you talk to me about that?
Sure. All right. And so you want to know timing about getting the job?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me a moment while I shuffle the cards, Ava. And let's see. Is the job market in Phoenix kind of slow?
Yes.
Okay. Too bad. That's a pretty city. I like it out there.
It is very nice here.
It is. It's one of the few cities I really like. That in Hawaii. Those are my two favorites. All right.
Big city, but small town feel at the same time.
Yes. Easier to navigate than older cities because it's laid out very much in like a grid, being a more modern city and being in the desert where they didn't have mountains and things to go around and, yeah. All right. So understand timing can be one of the hardest things, but let me see what I can get out of this. All right. So the first two cards I have are the Fool and the Six of Coins. So the Fool walks to a new situation. They're walking away from the old energy. They're walking towards the new. And with the Six of Coins, this is an increase in finances, okay? It's a pathway to new finances. And I do feel that since it's also about kind of sitting down at the table and talking about money and things of value, that this indicates, and it's at the very beginning of the reading, that I feel you're going to have a job interview coming up very, very soon.
Okay.
All right, because that's the starting energy. Do you have one actually already scheduled or lined up?
I've had several last week, and I have some tomorrow as well.
Okay. So right on point there. All right. Then have two kings in a row, the King of Cups and the King of Batons. So kings are about mastery. And in this case, because you've got the multiple interviews, I'm actually going to feel this is more about bosses. Okay. So I feel there's going to be one who is more nurturing and the other one a little more like brass tacks, down to business. Okay. So I feel like you've got like a warm and fuzzy one and a brass tacks kind of one coming up where they're going to want to be more about that business. So kind of try to tune into that and adapt and be able to give them each what they really, really want.
Okay.
Three of Swords and the Star. So I really feel we're breaking through this stagnation. And the Star is about having faith and your hopes and dreams, will come true. So, and we end at the 10 of Coins. So we go from the 6 to the 10, which is a nice jump as well. And the fact that we do this, I really, really feel, especially since Swords is relatively fast energy, with where that is in the reading, I'm going to give that as being the timing. And I'm not going to give like a specific time because all of them can be, it's like 3 days or 3 weeks. It's 3 days, you know what I mean? So
yes,
I'm not going to try to play a guessing game on timing. What I am going to say is that this feels like fast action. So I feel like one of these, either last week's or this week's coming up interviews, is going to be paying off for you in the very near future.
Okay.
All right. And the bottom two cards, what I call the shadow pair or surprise pair at the bottom, the 10 of Cups and the Strength card. So I feel like through all of this, you've kind of tried to keep a really good attitude, but you kind of were getting to a point where that was like you were starting to kind of deflate or empty a cup, shall we say, because in the 10 of Cups, one cup is spilled over and has emptied its contents. But you're hanging in there. That Strength card showing that you are hanging in there, and you just need to hang in there a little bit longer.
Okay. Yes, I've been a little deflated, and I'm just like, keep positive, stay positive.
Well, and do that, because it's not a joke about the power of positive thinking, and that when you stay in that positive mindset. And even start like visualizing that it's time for you to get ready for the first day on your new job. It doesn't have to be like anything really super specific, other than just seeing yourself getting ready for that day and getting ready to leave for work. You know, those types of things help actually bring that into your reality faster. All right.
Okay.
And
yes, I can do that.
Yeah, I think it'll help boost it. It also, like, it helps boost your confidence. You go in with that energy of owning the job already, basically. And knowing that you've got a first day at work coming up, and you're like, that confidence carries. And that helps tremendously, because we pick up on a lot of subtle energies, whether aware of it or not. And so just so you know, for the 3 oracle cards, we had the fork in the road, peace, and deep knowing. So I actually feel there's going to be a choice you're going to have to make between jobs.
Okay.
But you will have the peace and the deep knowing of knowing which one is the right one for you. I feel you're going to know which job feels better for you. You have a strong intuition.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And you don't have to listen to it. Tune into it and listen to it this time, okay?
Okay, I will.
And do that visualization, Ava. And I'm stoked. I really, really see you getting this new job. And definitely feel you're going to be starting it sooner than you might even think would have been possible. All right?
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, you're very welcome, Ava. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of your day out there in Phoenix.
Thank you, you too. Bye.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites. AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Spiritual Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's great to be here as always. Hope everybody's been having a good day and a good week. I was thinking about what we can talk about today. I did a lot of readings today. It's been a really busy day for me, which is wonderful. That's what I do. That's my thing. So in conversation today with some of my clients, we were talking about how Myself and a lot of the other psychics for the last 3 months have been really feeling that there's big changes happening, right? And telling our clients, like, seeing big things are happening. Now, for some of my clients, that's absolutely true. But for others, they feel quite stagnant. They feel like, they can't get ahead. They're going one step forward, 2 steps back sort of thing. So I was saying to them today, but globally, there's been a lot of changes in this year, right? Like, we've seen a lot of changes politically in different countries around the world. We've seen a lot of extreme weather around the world, like things that we're just really not quite used to. So even if those big changes haven't happened for you yet personally, if you take a step back and you look at the world, you say, oh yeah, this is where all these changes are coming from. Like, this is why the psychics keep saying that they're feeling all of these big changes, because we are, and it is happening. So if you're one of the people that are feeling like a little bit stuck, don't worry, it's coming. It is coming. So if you had something that you had planned to have finished and completed and all done in June, and here we are at the end of July and it hasn't happened yet, give it a little bit more time. Never hurts to put out the intentions either, just one more time, saying to the universe, hey, listen, don't forget about me, eh? Put in your order and just sit back and wait for it to happen. So while we're waiting for a caller, let's do a few cards. Like, I thought let's do a few oracle cards tonight. Let's just see what the universe wants to tell everybody tonight, as we're heading into the end of July and going into August soon, which is going to be really nice. And look at this. The first card I pick is Dance and Celebration. I love this deck, which is why I chose to pull those cards tonight. But so get out there, do some dancing, enjoy your life. Even if things aren't exactly the way that you want them to be, like, it's time to go out and have some fun. That's what the universe is telling us. And it is funny that I mentioned the manifestation just a couple minutes ago, because I said, just put your intentions out there again. That is always something that I talk about when there's like a full moon or a new moon or, something astrologically happening. And the second card I pulled was the ceremony card, which is usually done during full moons or new moons. But it came out tonight because it's just confirming that they're saying, yeah, you know what? You don't always have to wait for a full moon. You don't always have to wait for a big astrological change in the sky. Work with your guides, work with your spirits, work with your ancestors, your departed loved ones, the people up there that love you, because that's what they're here to do. They're here to help us and guide us from the other side, to make us, our dreams come true, basically. And then, of course, the topic of the night has been the big changes. And the last card I pull is the Dragonfly, and which is emergence, which is all about transformation. Yet again, beautiful card. And, thank you, Spirit, because they're just confirming everything I said tonight, which is this is a time of transformation. For some of us personally, for some of us maybe within our families, for others it could be, big changes happening in your workplace. But either way, we're seeing big changes globally happening in the world, whether you agree with them or not, it doesn't matter. From a spiritual point of view, changes are happening. So this is really good. So I'm really, really excited, really looking forward to the next few months, finishing out 2024. Another thing that you can do is kind of like put your intentions of what you want to happen between now and the end of the year, right? So anyway, have a great weekend. Those are our cards. We are going to go now to Tyree in Baltimore and see what we can do for her this evening. Hi, Tyree.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
Say it again.
What can I do for you this evening? What would you like me to do for you?
I don't know. I just want to read.
You just want a reading? Okay. All right. Let's just start with some general reading. Let's just pick a few little cards, and I'll bring your energy onto the table for me. That always helps me. All righty. I really need to know. All right. Okay, nice. All right. And the ancestors on the bottom there too. So it's really interesting that the first card that you have is the Green Man, synergy, right? And synergy is all about balance, but it can also be just kind of like paying more attention to nature. When I see that card, I always think of being outside, like being in the forest, being near the plants, or just even if you have plants in your house, and just kind of breathing in the beautiful fresh air that the plants on our planet offer us. So we're so lucky to have it. If there is something going on with your life or something that you are not sure about, or maybe a decision you need to make, the next card you have is the Milky Way, which is about perspective. And when I get this card, it's always telling me that, okay, whatever the situation is that's going on with you, or if it's a decision you need to make, you need to look at it from a different perspective. Because whatever way you're looking at it now, it's just not making sense to you. It's just not clear. So if you look at it from a different angle, you step back and look at it from a different spot, you're going to get some clarity on that. You do have the grounding too, which is interesting. So there's 2 cards that come out. They're all really about plants and being outside. But this is a reminder from the universe just to stay grounded. Like, don't get too upset about things. Don't get too anxious about things. Just kind of take a deep breath and like pass it out to the universe, because the universe is going to take care of you. You did get the ancestors card at the bottom of the deck. So that is definitely a sign that it is time to reach out to your departed loved ones, or anybody on the other side that you want, and ask them for any help that you may need, especially if you need some clarity on something. Maybe you don't need clarity on something today, but in the future you may, because those cards are pointing in that direction for sure. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so now I'm going to pull some different cards for you and just see what Spirit wants you. What's going on with you? That's what I'm asking them. What's going on? What can we help you with? Okay.
And I'm just lost. I'm
Sorry?
today. Huh?
I think you're cutting in and out, so I'm losing you here.
I look, when you said something about trees and nature, I live in the woods.
Oh, no way. There you go. Well, there's confirmation right there, because I had no idea that you lived in the woods. So, Spirit World's obviously very happy that you're doing that, because they love nature and they love outside. So good for you. That's too funny. Okay, so I'm just asking to give you some cards, like general, like what's going on with you. So the first card that you do get here is the Shadow card, which is the Moon card in the old tarot. It is a number 9, which is all about completion. And it's basically whatever's going on with you, or what has been going on with you, there is light at the end of the tunnel, because that's what this card is telling me. Any obstacles along the way, maybe you've had some obstacles with a relationship in your life. This doesn't have to, it could be a romantic relationship. It may not be, right? It could be, with somebody that you work with or somebody in your family, but they are aware of possibly you having some challenges there. For when it comes to guidance, though, this is a beautiful card for you. You have the Firm Foundation card, which I love. So, and it's exactly what that is. The number 4 is all about building your foundation. You are a very strong person. You have this strong mountain behind you. And it just goes to show that, the guidance from the universe is there to help you. They're always there to help you, but they know that you are going to be successful because you have the strength within you to overcome anything that you need to in your life. You really do. Because your next card is to focus on was the focus card, which is celebration, which is another beautiful card, which is, you basically rejoicing in celebration. Like, be grateful for the things that you have, rejoice and celebrate all the good things that are kind of coming in for you. The overall outcome, which is interesting because these cards are all over the place, is the Truth card. And I love this card for you because this card means many things. One thing it can mean is that the truth is coming out. If there's something that you're not sure of, which we kind of got in the last deck that I used, where I was like, maybe there's going to be a choice, maybe you have to look at things from a different perspective. But if that's what that is, the truth is going to come out, and you are going to get clarity on that, which is really good. The other meaning of this card, though, is also that it is a spiritual awakening card. And the lady on the card is actually looking out to the universe for the answers to her questions. So, and you have the ancestor card that came through, which is another way to get answers to your questions. Because sometimes that's what we have to do, is just we reach out to our ancestors and say, you know, what should I do in this situation? Guide me, help me, you know.
Right.
But let's go a little deeper. I'm going to do the whole thing again and just see if I can get a little bit of clarity. We have 2 minutes left. I can do this pretty quickly. All right. There's definitely new beginning. Remember the first card I showed you last time was the moon card of the shadow, and I said to you, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Well, the card that's pairing with that, the card that's coming with it to pair with that is the number 1, which is love begins. And there's a rainbow on this card, which is saying, you know, the good after the bad, or yet again, light at the end of the tunnel, right? When it comes to any obstacles or challenges you have, pay attention to the universe. They are sending you signs. This is the crown chakra card. So these signs can come in dreams. They can come in like synchronicities of numbers like 1111, 1010, butterflies, whatever. But overall, you know, the universe wants you to have patience and planning. The number 7 on this card is all about success. And whatever is going on with you, you are definitely very spiritually protected. You have a lot of ancestors around you that want nothing else but to help you and give you clarity. So definitely reach out to them. Enjoy living in the forest because they love that. Get outside and enjoy it. And I hope that helped you. It's pretty, you know, general, but I hope that helped. And thank you so much for calling.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great night. And as always, it's always great to be here. And, you know, I'll be back again next week. Bye-bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson Psychic Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Well, let's start at the top. We're going to talk about astrology for all 12 signs, your sun, moon, or rising. Traditional tropical Western astrology is how I use to cast charts, and I do that both in personal readings. This is the only show that I do this on. I don't do Facebook Lives. I have one social media page. So I'm one you'd have to see in person or video reads or on A1R Psychic Radio or Moonstruck Television. Let's get started. We're going to start with Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, our little Aries. This is about coming to agreements. Now, where some of this is going to come from before I kind of get too deep in the signs is we are about to have 5 planets retrograde. I will bring our attention to September because we have Uranus going retrograde and Pluto going to, Uranus RX and Pluto RX. Uranus going direct and Pluto retrograding, and it's like the clash of the titans. And so you could have decisions over the month of August for the collective as a whole that will come to a culmination. We have Venus right now conjuncting with Pluto really and Uranus and really giving us a push forward in things that we value. And so if I go to Aries, it's around things you agree, agreements, prosperity, patronages, being chosen, getting selected for that contract, coming into some chunky money, and really new opportunities around that, where it could be a bit of a bumpy ride, could be in your love life a little bit, people's words and actions not matching. And so this might be a time to focus on yourself, your health routines, and your work, Aries. Then we're going to go into Tauruses, our little Tauruses. This is Uranus is in your sign. It's going retrograde, going back over old degrees of things that have gone on since your birth date in April, May. And maybe you're culminating something. Something could be a celebration, a conclusion, a step forward for you. And there's festivities and satisfaction. Your only goal right now, Taurus, is your happiness. What's going to bring you joy? And whether that's including people, including things into your life or excluding them, either way, it's about bringing your joy. And again, with that Venus influence which is governing you, is going to be around your identity, how you're valued, how you're seen by people. And you could have some real pleasant surprises about what comes out of the woodwork. If you're a single Taurus, woo-woo, could be some fun times romantically in the next week, intensely, 10 days, but the next 2 years very much so under this transit for everybody. So satisfaction, relevancy, feeling relevant, feeling like, you're hip again or something, that maybe you're being seen again or you're ready to get out in the world. But it's nice stuff for you, Tauruses. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. We've got Jupiter and we've got Mars, both in your sign, expanding out things for you at a rapid rate. Your social life, friendship circles, your reputation, business, all these things are just expanding at a rapid rate in spite of a number of slowdowns, say Mercury retrograde. So although you want to go full steam ahead to expand things out, you could find the world around you does not. And so to try to stay in alignment with that, this is going to be a time of looking what you can trust, what you're going to put into trust, what you're going to secure, where your security lay, where you want to expand that out. You're going to find some recourse and relief in things around maybe finances, commitments, lining up work, what's going on for you in those houses as well. And things that you've been wanting to take action on. You can have lots of optimism, lots of excitement, wanting to move forward. But again, with these planets retrograde, August ain't the time to do that. I feel like come maybe mid-September, first week in September might be the better time to move forward on a few things. And that you could do a lot of foreshadowing, laying track, connect, saying, hey, let's get together in a couple weeks and we'll talk about yada, yada to move something forward. And so looks like some good stuff for you guys, Geminis, particularly Jupiter in your sign the next now 11 months. But Cancerian, Sun, Moon, Rising, boy, oh boy, you guys, this is going to be a time of politics, political, handling things very politically. You could be viewed, you could be tapped on the shoulder for leadership. People could view you for a job. They could want you to take charge of something. This is a time about your reputation and your legacy. And, and that includes, skeletons in the closet, ghosts in the attic, those could come out as well. This could be a time about unveiling yourself, really stepping into your power. There's going to be a retrograde with Pluto, which had been in in your house of partnership. I feel like there could be a bit of old power struggles that come from the past, exes. That could be just if you're in a long-term relationship, it could be old arguments coming up again for hashing out for the final time, where you can just move forward on a few things and maybe have a new life in long-term relationships. And if you're single, this could be a new life in your single life, that your realms around work and things you commit to and serve to could really benefit you in your love life as well. So that feels pretty good. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, we've got the Sun, we've got Venus. Aren't you the belle of the ball right now? I love it. And this is about you and partnerships. We have Pluto retrograde, and it's about maybe if you're in a long-term relationship with a partner, it's about them finding themselves, changing jobs, dealing with issues they've had, really having to tend to their own lives. This is going to be a time where you might decide about changing work, about how you're being valued at work. You could get better offers. You could get things that are coming down the pipe that you could be ready to launch. And now, even though you have this lovely energy with Venus and the Sun, what could be a bit of a problem is that Mercury's going to go retrograde. And I actually feel like it can come in a couple ways. It could be a partner or old people from the past, and that can include lovers and friends. Coming from the past, you'll have to decide what you want to do with that, because you have a bunch of new energy coming into your life. And I feel like you could wind up changing jobs. You could wind up changing what you're doing. You could wind up adding to what you're doing. You're like, ooh, I got something new, a new stream of income. But it's very positive, and it's about abundance and addition. So you might even take on extra work. But you have more abundance coming too through earned ways. And so your presence is really required in a few places. That is for sure. Then if I look at Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, boy, oh boy, with all this Venus energy, all of this, which is also ruling you, this Mercury retrograde energy, which will hit you directly because it is in your sign. This is good for your work, career, or vision. It's a time to set boundaries with work, maybe set your direction with work, set your tone with work. This is also a time where you have to carry a light stick, because things that you say can be a bit direct or harsh, or could be taken the wrong way by people around you. This is also a time that decisions around relationships for you, which you're willing to commit to, invest in, or put your energy into. I feel like you're going to be very focused in on your career goals, money, income, and security. And I feel like this over the next 12 weeks is going to be winner, winner, chicken dinner for you. Okay. Then we've got Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, Libra. We've had Chiron in Aries retrograde, which is in your house of partnership, and dealing with old wounds. That could be old generational wounds, family wounds, estates, inheritances, money, assets, property. There could be chunky money in the news for you. There could be opportunities that way. I feel like relationships could feel a bit tumultuous or superficial. They could feel like there's a lot of excitement in some areas, and people revolting in other areas, other people giving up in other areas. And I feel like when all this energy is going on around you guys, you Libras, you could feel a bit devilish You could feel a bit mischievous. You could feel a bit like, let's test the waters. Let's see what comes from this. But you seem to be really sorting out estates, as properties, assets, generational wounds, generational gifts, things that and that can be your own legacies and things that you also and you could be just sorting out all those types of paperwork, taxes, wills, estates, paperwork, your financial security, mortgages, sort of long-term commitments around those things. And you're healing some old wounds over this next few months around how you feel valued. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. We've got success. Oh, I always like that first word off the top. And so we've got success for you, settlement. Now, settlement's an interesting word because it's about maybe settling into your success. This isn't about, ambition or about aggressive sort of pursuing of your success. This is about sitting in your success. This is about also achieving your own agency, achieving your own opportunities. Maybe you finally get your desserts, maybe you finally get your rewards, maybe you finally coming into your own, and you're going to be unapologetic about it. But just know, again, with Mercury retrograde, this is foot and mouth season, so be careful with that. Foot and mouth season for Scorpios, and not to get pulled into any old battles of will. If you decided to move on, or if you decided to move forward, don't look back. Hey, Scorpios, Sagittarian, sun, moon, rising. This is going to be about your job, your commitments, what you're really willing to commit to, and what do you want out of your career, and where's it going to bring you? And it's around defining who you are and where you're going. So this is big existential sort of stuff. And especially with your seventh house lit up with both Mars and Jupiter, your house of partners, being really mindful, present, trying to connect to any partners in your life, business partners, romantic partners, because it could feel like you could be a bit isolated. And in this time of isolation, it would be a good time to focus on your work career, what you're doing, where it's bringing you, and what you want out of this. And because there could be some vacillating between, money and freedom, or freedom and money, because freedom is what you value, and money. But the freedom seems to be a big piece for you. And you could feel a little discouraged with partners because it just feels like maybe it's just too hard to address. And with Mercury retrograde over the next 3 or 4 weeks, don't count on it. Okay, Capricorn, sun, moon, rising. Boy, Pluto is going to show up in your sign. And it's about really taking ownership, responsibility, stakes around your power. That could be getting called back to old jobs. You could be reinstated. You could be looking at going back to something you used to do. You could be old employers might want you back. People you used to work with could be coming into your life. It's some big stuff, especially with all these retrogrades. I feel like it could be quite good for you in that way. I feel like you have to be mindful about being forced into the decisions, or if you're feeling like you're under a timeline or a time crunch to sign papers, you might not want to do that. You might want to wait until the end of August into September when Mercury's gone direct and you're not feeling under pressure to make commitments to things, particularly around anything that would have to do with your work, income, employment, being called back, signing a contract, a lease, things that you would have to go back over the details. Because I feel like, I don't know, with Pluto coming back into your sign, there could be some disruption there anyway. And you're like, I just went through all this, and then you have to do it again. Okay, Aquarian, sun, moon, rising. Pluto is our retrograde in your sign right now. And it's really about getting your routines, your boundaries, your lists, your schedule into place. It's about getting things out of the chaos and into normality, about not getting bored with the mundane and blowing things up. Is that a routine will serve you. It will keep you on the straight and narrow. It'll keep you focused. It'll keep you feeling safe and secure. And I just feel like this is the time to put in those lists, those to-do lists, fill in the calendar with all the things to get really organized. And because I feel like come fall, when Pluto starts to go direct and then returns to your sign into the new year, it's about your new direction. So I want you to feel like you're prepared and organized as you set off. Pisces, sun, moon, rising. Boy, sun, you've got, this is the big news for you guys this week, really around your identity and really coming into yourself. There's news that's going to come to you that could be really enlightening, really freeing, really give you some vitality, some excitement, some things to look forward to. They're where you could feel pressured is in your responses to people, or their responses to you, and that people could feel very short. They could feel very sort of attacking. They could feel like their words cut. And I just feel like, don't take it personally. People are pretty elevated at the moment in several ways, and not to take anything personally. Know that with these retrograde planets, it's foot and mouth time, or it's missed opportunities, missed calls, miscommunications. And in this energy, it just requires us to stand still that couple seconds longer. Hold off responding a couple seconds longer. Hold off making a decision. Sleep on it, review it. This is the time to do that. There's no pressure. It's the time to sort of slow things down, because any pressure or impulsivity is going to kind of backlash, and you'd have to go over it anyway, because some of these planets are going over old degrees anyway. So that's my heads up to everyone for the next 10 days or so. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I've got Carol in Cedar Lake, Indiana. Carol, how can I be of service to you today?
Hi, I don't have any big problems or things to fix in my life. I do have many loved ones in spirit, and I feel them around me. And I just thought maybe you could be able to pick up on any loved ones around me. I do feel very alone. I'm an old soul. I'm highly evolved in certain ways, and I feel a lot lonely in this world. I have a loving family. I have worked with great people, and I enjoy people. But there's times where I'm just very alone. So we'll just see if you can pick up on any advice for that.
Okay, I'm hearing you. Sometimes, so first thing that seems to show up, excuse me, is there is a child spirit and a woman's spirit who is like your best friend. These two energies seem to show up right away. And the woman who is like your best friend, her passing feels like the hardest to get over, because that's where the loneliness might come from. And that just being able to pick up the phone and talk to her. She's a shining light. She's an orb. She's electricity. She shows up as electricity quite a bit. Lightning storms, very much so. I don't know why I think of the lightning, and that beautiful energy. I feel like I would almost think of like this weird image of like two cats curled up on your lap, or these like two little cats curled up on your lap. Sort of that imagery, and that times that, even as a little girl, having felt alone. And part of this is, when kids grow rapidly as a kid, and they seem to be bigger than the rest of the kids, or they seem to be more, there's something about that with you, that even as a little kid, you would have had very adult insights. There is a grandmother figure that already passed that shows up with your mom and your mom's family. And this energy is really powerful. And like the Three Musketeers, like the group of really powerful. And and I feel like they've always told you things. And it's so funny, because it would remind me of your psychic abilities, like would come from like this old, like, and it feels very old school, like I would tea leaf read or something, or I would like,
yes, my mother was gifted. Yeah, she was.
And in ways that, she didn't really need anything, she could look into a teacup and probably see it anyway. But just know that you're like the Three Musketeers, and just love, there's something about other people's children being raised maybe by your family, or that there was like these different sets of kids. And I feel like there's something about a man that could be like a long lost man, like he's like a long lost man that shows up, that could show up around you. Yes. And, there was something that kept coming in before I even got on the phone today to do the radio show, that there was something about an R name. I know you're Carol. And there was like a G name and an R name and an M, these initials. Kept showing up.
There's a Margaret, Robert. I had an Aunt Margaret that I was close to, a female, and she was in spirit and was also a pure soul, very sure.
And someone has their child with them. There's a child, I want to say like a brother figure. So I
had a miscarriage.
Thank you for that. I feel like I'm going to go backwards a little bit. There was a boy who would have been under the age of 13. I almost want to say a J name. I'll just leave that for now because I'm gonna jump around. So I only have a few minutes. I want to cram in as much as I can with you. So a boy spirit, I would go back probably to 1983 or the 80s when he passed. And he would have been very like a teen. And now I just want to say, I feel like these ladies, they show up at your house quite a bit. You don't have to go anywhere. I feel like just put a pot of coffee on or something and I feel like they'll show up. There's something I'm supposed to tell you about your mobility, your legs, feet.
I have arthritis in my feet. I am very mobile and I'm very active and I work. I do a lot of heavy lifting, but I'm very able-bodied. It's just I have a little bit of arthritis in the foot.
Okay, so if that's the foot, I need you to be be mindful about putting out your back, your sciatic, your leg, and I almost want to go to your right side. Okay?
It is, yes, it's on the right.
Okay, that's all. Just if I thought of any cautionary tale in this whole conversation. The other piece that shows up is you're going to have an opportunity. I'm going to kind of bounce between the deceased and the living or things in front of you. There's something about an opportunity that's going to present itself to you within 4 months or so to 6 months where you might be able to go to the West Coast. And like mountains and water, I keep seeing around you.
Wow. I would love to do that.
And it's going to show up. I feel like you're going to know about the trip within 4 to 6 months, but I see you going in the month of June of 2025, around June 14th. And there's something about the opportunity to go to mountains and water. And I feel like you have a male who's talking to you about this, a man who's going to talk about, hey, let's make plans. Let's Let's travel. Let's go. And so I feel like this is going to show up in a really good way. There is now, there's also some challenges with a man that I feel like he has health issues and he's grouchy. And I feel like
living,
unless he recently passed of a heart condition.
Recently passed of a heart condition? Okay.
Do you take care of people?
No, I work in a grocery store, but I know a lot of people because I work with the public.
I'm going to back up. So the man with the heart condition, I'm just going to mention a few things. I feel like he has a name like your dad. And he has a heart condition. And I feel like it's something that he would have to work on. I feel like he's living. And I feel like he just has to work on it. And he would, I don't know why he has a name like your dad. I don't know why that is, why I'm telling you that, but it's something about that. And that's something he has to work on.
I have someone in my life right now that I work with that is a lot like my dad, and I'm very close to a male figure.
Okay, he just needs to watch. That's all. There's something about like his blood sugar, blood pressure, cholesterol, something that he might even wind up on medication. Okay.
Yeah, he's got he's got health problems, and he acts like my father figure and reminds me of my dad, and he does have things that he doesn't know what's wrong with him, and I'll have to tell him, check his heart.
Yeah, there's something going on around that. I almost want to say his waterworks, like kidneys, heart, his circulation, his blood pressure. I feel like there's something that I feel like there's medication. There's something that they can put him on to help him with that. So yeah, go see a doctor. I'm a psychic, not a doctor. So I feel like just go see a doctor and that he can figure that out. I feel like he's in good hands. I feel like your dad your dad can tell it like it is. He'll tell you like it is. He'll always tell you like straight up.
Straight to the point. I am too. I'm like that too, yes.
Yeah, I love that quality. I love it. No guessing. And
yes,
so
yes. Now my mobility, they don't see that slowing me down, do they? Because I am not in any way, shape, or form slow right now. I just have a little bit of pain. Is there something I should do?
Just pay attention to not let it turn into plantar fasciitis, or put your, like, you know how sometimes we can get, I don't know, it keeps bringing me to your right foot, leg, and I just feel like just be mindful not to even roll your ankle, or in your busy rush, because you might always be in a rush, you know, like tippy, spilly, trippy, rushing,
yes.
Getting ahead of yourself. Sometimes you can get like that, and I feel like I just don't want you to, you know how, so for instance, in Winnipeg, when it snows and it gets icy, and you walk and you almost slip, but you don't quite slip. It feels like you just put your back out, you know, like, and
yeah.
Right. So I want you to not rush. So to work with this energy and prevent this energy, I want you to really ground yourself when you're like, you know, I got to go drive to work. I'm at work. I don't want you to get, because I know in a grocery store, you said a grocery store, thank you for sharing that. You can get really busy, get ahead of yourself, get tripping over yourself. And I feel like just slow down, one thing at a time, one person at a time, and you'll just get in a really good zone, as opposed to that's it. So I feel like it comes from something like that, or you bash into something because you tripped over it, so just be mindful. And you know, I want to say something about the grocery store and around you in the grocery store. People love you there. They love you there. Do not leave your job. I feel like they need you there, actually.
Thank you. Both the staff and the customers, you say?
I think they need you, and I feel like you provide something where you remember people, you remember them, they remember you. It's almost like they want it, and I feel like you might have a change, like of a manager or a general manager. There's some sort of restructure. Don't worry. I feel like you're going to get heard on some of the things you've been asking for. There's some changes or something you've been asking for, and that I feel like it's going to come up. You could wind up in charge of an entire department, in charge of things, or they want you to take care of things. And I feel like, feel like there's good
they depend on me a lot. I've been told that they depend on me a lot. I don't mean to brag, but when I'm not there, the place falls apart. Put it that way. So yes, thank you very much. That's true.
I love it, and Spirit loves you, and that's all the time I have today. And thank you for coming on my show. My name is Bernice Bisson, and you can find me on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television every Tuesday.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you're all having a good week. I am going to, as usual, jump right into it. I've got a lot of messages from Spirit and cards, so I don't want to waste too much time. As usual, I have picked 3 cards for the collective. Please take what resonates, and if it doesn't resonate with you, you can just not worry about it, let it go. However, sometimes it's also good to just hang on to the message, kind of put it in the back of your mind, and it could come up for you and be relevant for you in a day, in a week, in a month, just a little bit down the track. It can also sometimes be a message that maybe you get to hang on to pass on for somebody else. Okay, so just take it as it comes and see how you go with it. Okay, so there's 3 cards. Just take a quick sec to have a think whether you want card 1, 2 or 3. Now, the first card, if you pick card 1, it's this card, okay? So it's releasing toxic relationships, and often we will attract people that will exhaust us, deplete our energies. A lot of people might refer to them as like energy vampires or, like something like that. And with a lot of us, it's always our instinct to try to assist others and to help out, to heal in, like any way that we can. However, if you're at this point where you've chosen card 1, then you need to potentially reevaluate and just see maybe it's time to let go. It doesn't mean let go of the person necessarily, but take a step back and understand that it is their journey and they've got to learn some of their lessons as well. And we have to accept that, we can't always help. All right. And this card is also about teaching us to let go as well. Okay. Now, the message that I got from my guide is I'll just read it out. Good fortune is not always about money. Okay, good fortune can be about what you value in life, and that has to do with this card here, which is the angel card, and the angels excitedly ask you to ready yourself as good fortune is on the way. Be grateful and thankful, expect only the best. Okay, so remember, good fortune can be anything. It can be money, but it can also, it is what we value, okay? So whatever that might be, whether it's a relationship, a work opportunity, whatever, okay? If you have picked card 2, then the card you got is don't relinquish your power. Okay, that's your first card. Now, a lot of people will try to take over, our power and make us feel like our opinions don't matter. And that we don't have anything, to offer. Don't allow anybody in life to make you feel less than what you are, all right? Remember, you are perfect. You're an imperfect, perfect, if you will, and if anyone feels that way, it's really their fragile ego that is pushing that onto you. It doesn't mean that it's the truth, okay? So don't engage in anyone's manipulation. know your worth, all right, and have self-worth and self-love for yourself. The message from our guide with this card, because the angel card is the angels ask you to feel happy and optimistic. There are bright days ahead of you. And my guide is saying this is a really big corner for some of you. But if you can turn that corner, there is just like sunshine and happy days. Learning this lesson for ourselves is huge. Okay. Now, if you've picked card 3, it is this card, which is be of service, okay? Now, a lot of people look at that as like volunteering, and yes, of course it is, all right? Volunteering, helping out anyone in any little way. It can also be, you know, even a smile for somebody, you know, letting somebody go in a line before you if you're not in a hurry and they're dealing with children that are driving them crazy, or an elderly person, whatever it can be. All of that is service. Whenever you do service for somebody, trust me, you do it more for yourself. And I'm not talking about selfishness. The benefits for you are massive, all right? Putting good karma, you know, out into the world, you know, paying things forward constantly is what helps us to elevate. And when we're doing that, if all of us did a little bit of that, the energy that we can create for humanity is huge, okay? So the angel card with that one is the angels ask that you ready yourself to commence something new and exciting. A wonderful fresh start awaits you. So that could be anything of service that maybe you've been thinking about. And my guide says, you know, you give, you get, okay? So it's constant energy revolving around, okay? So I'll get to my caller. I believe I've got Scott on the line. Scott, how are you?
Good. How are you tonight?
I'm very well, thank you. How can I help you today?
Oh, I'm trying to hear from my wife. She passed a while back.
Your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What's your wife's name?
I just want to know what her thinking was and what she thought, how she thought I would move on from this.
Okay. What her thinking was. All right. Let me see. I'm getting, I can hear a female spirit talking to me, and she's saying to me that you had some very hard lessons to learn in this life. Does that make sense for you?
I still have some.
That you had to learn some very hard lessons in this life.
Okay. Okay.
Right. But I'm hearing, do you nitpick at all, Scott? And like look at everything a little bit, but like don't always make a decision, or sometimes don't make the right decision?
That I don't make the right decisions?
Yes, she's not always. No, she's not saying you're always wrong, but she's saying to me, she's showing me like nitpicking, like looking too much in too much detail, and then overthinking, and then not being able to necessarily make the right decision.
That sounds more like her. That sounds more like her.
Too funny. Well, okay. Well, she's bringing that up then. Okay, if you think that's
okay.
If that's her. She's telling me that you need to move forward, and she's like also giving you like a really big push. Like in the back, she's pushing you, and she's like, "Come on, keep going." She's like, "Stop being stagnant. Stop overthinking. You need to get on with things." Does that make sense for you?
I mean, I guess, but I don't know that I like it.
Well, we never like what
she suggested that I would learn some valuable lessons. Is that what she's saying?
She said that you had a lot of lessons.
Okay.
And does that make sense for you?
But no, yeah, I guess. I don't like the way it happened. I think it could have been, she could have at least talked to me and told me what she was doing. She didn't have to do it the way she did it. Why did she have to hide it from me?
She's telling me, I'm hearing that there were things hidden from you because there were a lot of things that you wouldn't accept. All right?
There's a lot of things I wouldn't accept.
Yes, and she's saying there was an inability to move forward. All right, and she's also giving me a feeling of feeling trapped and restricted.
Like I trapped her?
No, she's not saying you trapped her. She's just saying this is how she felt. Okay.
Well, that was possibility. And that.
And she's also giving me like a sense of like anxiety and like she couldn't go on. She couldn't move forward. Now, she's not saying this to me, but this is how I'm just feeling, right? Did she take her life?
Well, it's difficult. She was by natural causes, but it was after many, many years of drinking.
Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because I'm just getting like a lot of heartbreak around her and very toxic and like her just crashing, like she would have crashing moments in her life. But she wants you to know that she's healing on the other side and she wants you to do the same, okay? She just wants you to move past this and to just move forward and to not give it that energy anymore, all right? And she's actually showing me that she's quite sad that you're doing that.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from MindBodyNourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Everybody, welcome to Sacred Insights on A1R Psychic Radio. I am Andrea Bacon, and I hope you're all doing well and have had a blessed week. We're going to pull a card on what blessing you are ready to receive now. So what it is you're in alignment for.
Now, I pulled a card already, and we have got Heron, which is the water bird, and it is talking about patience. So I feel like you are patiently waiting for a new beginning, and this is what is coming in. This card's talking about stepping confidently into your purpose. So water birds or white birds might be significant, and the ocean is going to be a great place to spend time to find the balance. And you're already ready to receive a renewal of energy. So this can look like no longer thinking about past relationships, thinking about, the burdens or everything that you've dealt with and releasing that. Cleansing by the water is coming up to be very healing. So this can help with that energy renewal and give you energy. Now your angel number is 777. So this might be something you've been seeing. This might be something that you'll start seeing after this as confirmation. So just keep that in your mind, and we're going to go ahead and go to a caller. Hi. For Carrie. Carrie? Hello?
Hello. Yes, it is Carrie.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. I am okay. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you?
Just a general reading.
Sure. Get you some cards here. Okay, let me take a look for Carrie. What is coming up for Carrie right now? What do you need to know? Okay, so something has already ended. And you're discovering something new. Maybe a new passion or renewal of a passion or interest.
Yeah.
Let me see. Something, I don't know, it's got an adventurous side to it. It's got like discovery. You're discovering something about yourself maybe that you didn't think about or focus on in the past. You're seeing this wide range of, what the universe actually has to offer you. And you're realizing there's so much more than what you knew before that was available to you. And that we have an infinite possibilities available to us. And every moment is a moment to tap into that. Or every day is a day to discover something about this renewal. There's talking about planning and take action on something where before you were feeling like there was a lack involved with this. This could be talking about abundance, like finances, but this could be really any area of life. And then it's saying that you can make plans to take action on something. Maybe you felt like it wasn't possible at some time, or maybe you're just realizing that it's possible. But this is a time for you to actually start planning on something and start taking action on something. Start building relationships with connections with people, maybe friends, maybe people that you can collaborate with, or having a mentor, but people who you can reach out to give you a helping hand. Like there's a lot of energy with this message about other people, about being able to build relationships and supportive connections for yourself. And then there's this spiritual transformation energy coming through as well, like you're having a spiritual awakening. This has to do with stepping into your purpose. This has to do with connecting to that side of yourself that knows that there is this strong connection to your higher self, to your spirit guides, your angels, and it's like you're learning how to tap into that and how to get guidance from them in order to take on this whole new path in your life.
Yeah.
Is that making sense for you?
It does. It does.
Okay. Let's see. So, yeah, there's something that is going to warm your heart that I think you're going to discover. Whether this is related to something that you're going to make money doing or a hobby, you know, one or the other, but it's going to bring fulfillment for you. It's going to put a smile on your face and bring a lot more peace into your spirit, a lot more peace into your life, where you can just feel like you can just relax and, you know, decompress, and you don't have to like worry so much. So this is really good.
Yeah. Sounds good.
There's this message about calling in the angels, like, you know, just like a really quick daily routine that you might have for them to be around you, your home, your car. That way, you know, it can kind of clear out anything that you're holding on to that isn't serving you, that could be blocking, you know, communication or blocking your intuition. And they can help remove stagnant old energies. And just doing like a real quick routine every day, calling the archangels in. Like some of the main ones that a lot of people will call in is Archangel Michael, Archangel Gabriel. Well, Michael's for protection. Archangel Gabriel is to help with communication. So it can also, you know, help you connect with others through helping communication. Archangel Uriel is really good to help light your path ahead so that you can kind of see what steps to take and see, you know, just bring light to and clarity in for you about where you're headed. And Archangel Raphael is one that you can call in for healing. So he's good for healing emotional or physical ailments. And he's associated with the color green. And you can just call them in. This is going to continue on this transformation that you're going on. And it's actually going to create this whole new path that you're going to be taking. And you might even take like some type of spiritual trip later, like next year, something, but you're going to be taking steps towards this new path. And it has a bigger, grander theme that's leading you in for the rest of this year into next year. And it is going to bring in basically a whole new world in a way for you.
Okay.
It's going to really, it might bring in a new relationship and a new mentor and a lot of celebration. So, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and leave you with that. That's the end of my show. And I really hope this really helped you and brought some clarity in for you. But it sounds very successful and very happy for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, that's going to do it for me. So if you want to book a reading, book a coaching session, you can go to stan.store/mediumandrea and check out what I have listed. Thank you. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Insights and Healing
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I hope you are having a great day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, a life coach, and a certified hypnotherapist. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. If you are looking to make an appointment with me after the show or at any point in time, you can go to angelsalwaysaroundus.com or you can go to my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us. You can find me on Instagram at Angel Margaret P. We are, since I am a psychic and this is a psychic radio, we are going to take a caller. I think they have one hopefully waiting. Possibly not. So while we're waiting here for a moment or two, also to let you know, I'm a psychic medium, so I can do mediumship readings. I read angel cards. I channel guardian angels for people. I can do this remotely. I can do it through video chat, phone. I am also doing readings and healings in person in Pennsylvania at the Awaken Center. So you can always come by and you can, shoot me a message. You can give me a call, 856-449-9099. We can set up an appointment for your in-person or your remote reading or healing session. I am glad everybody who is here today. I'm kind of hanging on here, seeing if we possibly have a caller. I think they're trying to find one. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself while we're waiting for a caller. I've been talking to the deceased since I was a kid. I remember fondly, and if those of you who've been to my talks and workshops at previous events, you might have heard this story, but when I was a kid, I guess I was about 7 or 8 years old, my mom told me I was too old to be talking to have an imaginary friend. And I asked her, I said, what are you talking about? I'm talking to grandma. And, so my mom tried to tell me that, I didn't know, she had didn't have pictures around, so we didn't really know what she looked like. But long story short, I described her to my mom, and lo and behold, scared the crap out of my mom because she didn't know anything about mediumship or gifts, and she didn't know what to do with a daughter who could see people who were dead. We have a caller from Canada, I believe it said.
Me?
Sarah. Hi,
Yes.
Sarah. How can I help you today?
I was hoping to get a reading done today.
Okay. Do you have a specific question that you're wondering that's pressing on your mind?
I'm very lost in my life right now. I've been a stay-at-home mom for a very long time, and I don't know what my future holds as far as maybe where things are going.
Okay, well, a couple of things here, Sarah. So I've pulled some angel cards for you. First thing I want you to know, hopefully you can see the card here. This is Serena, and she is the angel of abundance. And she is coming to tell you that, abundance is on the horizon. So, as you're shifting, you're kind of getting that, you've been a good mom, you've taken care of your kids, you've stayed at home for a while, but now they're older, and now you're kind of like, where's my identity? Where am I, supposed to be? But at the same time, how can I make everything work? That's the number one question of parents. How can I make it work? How can I spend time with my kids and still go? Serena is here to tell you to go ahead and start to pursue your hobbies, start to pursue your interests, start to figure out, what it is you want to do, because she is going to make sure that you are provided for. And our next card is a wonderful backup card, actually, to Serena. And this is Aurora, and she tells you, continue to fly high. I think, Sarah, it's not going to take you long if you sit down, you make a list of things that make, things you find joy in, another list of things you find closer to spirit in, and things that you're good at. So you make those 3 lists, you find out which, items on those lists all intersect, and that's your life purpose. When we work on our life purpose, we're protected and, we're blessed financially. Doesn't mean we're going to have 5 limos in the car, but, when we work towards our life purpose, work towards what we're supposed to do, our lives get better and the finances ease and we can breathe a little bit. Now, as you start doing this, the one thing Aurora says, like I said, she says, you're flying high, good things. She's kind of reaffirming what Serena says to you, but at the same time, she also comes with a warning. She wants you to know that, some of your other stay-at-home mom friends aren't going to be real comfortable with you going out in the working world. They're not going to, they're going to have their concerns that are running through their head are going to they're going to voice them out loud to you. They're going to start listing all the reasons why they don't work. And, some of those are legitimate reasons. And but they're kind of going to try to pull you back in and kind of be like, oh, well, you're supposed to be a mom. And yeah, it's good to be a mom, but we still have to have our own personalities. We still have to have our own lives. So, we still have to have some part of us that makes us not mom, because we are more than mom. But a lot of times society likes us to think that that's the only title we're supposed to have. So as you go through this, the other card that came up is Grace and Antoinette. And they come to when people need to look at the other person's perspective. And in this case, because we asked them about your purpose, it may sound a little weird to you because I know you've got your kids you take care of, but it feels like you're supposed to kind of go down some kind of counseling or coaching vein. Like you were sent here to help other people. You're very good at listening to both sides of the story and kind of teasing out fact from what people think they perceive as reality.
Yeah.
Have you ever given any thought to that? Have you ever given any thought to being a counselor?
The problem is that I don't have my high school, right? I have my kids young.
Well, there's GEDs, there's programs you can do, there's lots of things you can do. You just have to kind of research it.
Here in Ontario, they took away the GED.
Oh. Well, continue to research it because I'm sure that as you research it, things are always changing. Research and find ways to get around it, find ways. And you know what? If you have to go back and attend some classes, then go back and attend some classes. But, don't let that fear stand in your way. Don't let I'm too old to do this, it's too late. As long as you're breathing and your mind is working, it's never too late. I know people, and I've coached people in their 60s who decided they wanted to life change, change their career 2 years before retirement. It's all good. It's about what makes you feel content.
The other thing that I have an issue with pursuing and moving forward is not so much my children holding me back, but I have my husband. My husband is very negative and likes to so I don't really know where that is going forward either.
Well, take it one step at a time. First thing you have to do is make a plan for you. So you have to plan how you're going to start getting the education you need so you can move through and do what you need to do. And, you've already pointed out that he's negative. You've already pointed out some behaviors you don't like. And you guys can kind of, you know what you don't like about it, so you can kind of try to set up some boundaries and be like, I want to share my life with you, but when all you do is talk negatively to me, it makes it very difficult for me to want to open up with you.
Yeah.
And the other thing, again, first priority is, and you don't have to like figure out the whole picture, just get a general idea, do some research for the next couple of weeks, allow yourself time to figure out how can I get the next step of my education process? Because I hear that is, where your next step is you have to get that education part out of the way so that you can move forward. And again, Serena and Aurora are here and they're saying, we're going to make sure she's supported as long as she's, fulfilling her purpose, as long as she's working on her purpose. And, I think, like I said, Aurora comes with that warning that some people are not going to be happy with you making these changes. I think your husband, unfortunately, sounds like he's going to be like your biggest anti-change cheerleader. But that doesn't matter, because once you start like looking into your life purpose, once you start and you find what you're supposed to do, you find what kind of counseling or coach you're supposed to be, there will be that fire will ignite. It's already ignited inside of you, but it will burn so bright that all that negativism, you just let that negativity go. And, just know that you are working on your life purpose. You are working on helping other people. You are doing what God intended for you to do. And all the other stuff, it kind of like, instead of being that annoying noise that's right in your face, it kind of just fades into the background so you almost can't hear it. And then, if the time comes and you decide that you have to go another way, as far as the marriage goes, that's a thing, we can always look into in the future.
Yeah, I do know that it's a very common thing that when you start making life choices and changes for the better good for yourself and whatever else, like for your children or whatever the case may be, a lot of people don't like it and they end up backing away, or you end up winning them out of your life because, that's just the way life takes you, right?
Yes. And once you surround yourself with positivity and positive people in your life, you're not going to want those negative people around. I do apologize. We are almost out of time. But thank you so much for joining us today. It was an honor to read your cards and to get in tune with spirit for you today.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And again, if anybody wants more information about me or my services, you can go to my website, www.angelsalwaysaroundus.com, my Angels Always Around Us Facebook page. I also have a Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance. Please feel free to join that, put in a little, the entry questions that you heard me on the radio. We'll let you in the group. I do affirmations, talk about angels, talk about crystals, talk about spirit animals, all kinds of good stuff. I hope you guys had a great day, and I will see you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, I'm LJ Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls. As they queue up, I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Sacred Circle Tarot by Anna Franklin and Paul Mason. And in the past position, we have the Star reversed, obstinacy, unable to adapt to current circumstances. In the present position, we have the High Priestess reversed, ignoring the inner voice of wisdom, undervaluing emotion and intuition. And in the future position, we have the Eight of Discs. Life is going to change. What they are currently doing doesn't satisfy anymore. The client has been hearing the whispers that their current lifestyle is unsatisfactory. They have been unwilling to consider any alternative ways of living, and as a result, they have missed some really good opportunities. The Eight of Discs is telling us that change is going to happen whether the client wants it or not. This is a warning for the client to make a choice before the situation dictates an unwelcome outcome. This is the reason why I love doing tarot, is when we get a reading like this, we now have now that we know that this is coming down the pipe, we can certainly make choices and changes so that something else happens. And so this is a really good example of why tarot is so awesome. So it looks like we're still waiting for our caller to queue up. I'll go ahead and pull a card. So the card for the moment is the Page of Swords. Swords is the suit of action, and Page is, when it's not indicating an individual, Page is about the seed, the beginning of an idea. In this case, because it's swords, it's the beginning of action, the awareness of an action necessary to amend the situation. And then the next card that I pulled is the Devil reversed. And the Devil very often is about our addictions and about the things that we do that imprison us. It's really all about the card of what we do to ourselves. And then when you've got it reversed, I see we have Cheryl in Houston. Hello, Cheryl. Welcome. How can I help you today?
Whatever you feel like. I have no special questions. Just.
I am taking questions. Do you have a question for me?
Yeah, sure. Recently, I kind of lost a packet which was with money. So I want to know, was it lost somewhere else or was it lost at home itself?
Oh, okay. So you're wanting to know where the missing money is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a little outside my normal things of doing things. Let's go ahead and see what the tarot has to say. And while I'm shuffling, if you would please, see the color red at the base of your spine. See the color orange in the genitals. See the color yellow in the solar plexus. The color green in the heart center. The color blue in the throat center. The color indigo at the third eye. And the color violet at the top of the crown. And so looking here at the cards themselves, I've got in the past the King of Pentacles with the Six of Cups. And then in the present, I have the Emperor. And then in the future position, I've got the Three of Swords reversed. So with this, I can say that I definitely believe you're going to find the money that you lost. I was doing a chakra link up with you to try and blend our energies together so that I could try and get a sense of what of what might have happened with this money. And what I'm getting a sense of is a box or a container of sorts. And it's someplace dark, like in a drawer, is what I'm picking up there.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps. Would you like a general reading, or do you have a specific question for me outside of looking for the missing money?
General reading is fine.
Okay. Cheryl. General reading for Cheryl. And let's see here. In the past position, I have Temperance. In the present position, I have the Ten of Wands. And in the future position, I have the Devil, which is an interesting card to have. I'm putting down a couple more cards to try and gain a little bit better of okay. So it looks like here in recently you've had with Temperance and past. Temperance is about trying to combine things that just don't normally go together, like fire and water. And so that essentially is that you've been having a difficult time with getting things going, with particularly with the Ten of Wands in the present. The image here on the card, I'm going to hold it up to the camera so that you can see it later when they post it on Facebook or on YouTube. But the Ten of Wands has got a man holding 10 wands together, and he's putting a lot of energy to hold them forward. And so you're trying to make things happen because that's what 10 is about. 10 is about manifestation and the completion before the beginning of the next stage. And so you really have been struggling to make things happen. And then in the future, you've got the Devil. And the Devil is about the things that we do that imprison ourselves. So this can be addiction. This can be habits and patterns that we've had all of our life that tend to sabotage us. And so then what is coming up to support you with this, you've got the Two of Cups reversed, the High Priestess reversed, and finally, dear, I have you with the Queen of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles. So in going through these difficulties, you're going to be moving through this period with the Two of Cups reversed, moving through this period of grief and separation. And then with the High Priestess reversed, she is about being able to make choices. And you need to relax a little bit and look outside of the box. And that's where you're going to find your solutions, which are the Ten of Pentacles.
Okay.
Do you have questions on these?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see if we can expand a little bit on. Well, before I do that, do you have another question for me?
No, ma'am. No questions.
Okay, then what I will do is I'll expand on the situation to try and get a better idea of what's going on with that, what is going on with that High Priestess reverse. And I'm putting down several cards here. I've got the Page of Wands reversed with the Seven of Pentacles reversed. And that is about, the page, if he's a person, is going to be a young person, younger than the age of 20. Let me solidify that, see if I can find out more about this page. And I don't believe the page is an individual. I believe it's the circumstances of the situation. And really you have been with the Seven of Pentacles reversed on top of this Page of Wands. You've been trying to, wands is the way that your mind works, your thoughts, your creativity. And you've been holding back from taking action, just waiting for inspiration to strike. And I think you may have, it's time to act anyway. Just pick a direction and do it, because inspiration is not going to come. What is behind you is the Eight of Cups reversed. 8 is the number of balance, and cups have to do with your sense of emotional fulfillment. And so you've been insulating yourself from your emotions. And that has, along with that, you've got the Six of Pentacles reversed, and I believe that is also in the past position. So I think that is the money that you've misplaced. Moving into the future, you've got Judgment reversed with the Page of Cups and the Three of Wands reversed. So essentially, what's going to happen when you actually make a decision, you're going to be able to step beyond the self-criticism that you've been experiencing, and be able to move forward and actually picking that path that you're looking on. We've only got a couple minutes left, so I'm going to skip to the end here. And in the end, I've got the Two of Cups upright, which is a new relationship with the Ace of Swords, which is also a new beginning, forged with will and discipline. So there are some good things coming up for you here, Cheryl. It's just going to take some time and some decisions and actions on your part to begin to make it happen.
Amen.
Oh, I see.
Thank you.
Now, I do see that now we are hitting the 1 minute mark. Did you have any questions on the Celtic cross that I put down for you?
Yes, I do. I mean, is it going to be a good coming year around for me?
I think that once you get through once you actually start to do something about the situation that you're needing to change, things will begin to come together for you. It's just you need to pick a direction and just go. It's the inspiration isn't going to come from outside. You're going to have to decide it inside.
Okay.
And that is, you're very welcome. Thank you for calling and asking your questions today. Our time together is coming to an end. Thank you for tuning in. For your personal reading, find me at ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. Until we talk again, may you and yours have the best of happiness. Good day. Blessed be.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening Television. You know, we're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth, and I'm delighted to be here today. I am your host, John Capello, And our program is brought to you by Miracles of Joy. They have 2 locations in Louisville, Texas, and in Bedford, Texas. And if you're in that area, in the North Texas area, we hope that you'll go by and visit one of their locations. So we are the program that tries to debunk the skeptics. Not try, we actually do that. And we are really proud to do that because we believe in psychic ability. We believe that we are all gifted to some degree and have abilities that help us get along in life. And so we think that people who are skeptical and people that don't want to believe just don't have enough. They're not open-minded. They're not open to possibilities, and we believe that that's important in life. So we've been around a psychic radio network now for about 1.5 years, and I wanted to just take a review of a few things and let you know that we're going to be doing the Monday Astrologer again this fall. And if you want to sign up for that, just send me an email at john@johncapello.com, and we will be happy to get you signed up. That'll start in a couple of months, and I'll notify you with your email, and then I'll send you a little invoice so that you can sign up. Because we've been talking a lot about astrology on the program, especially now during these difficult times, especially monitoring the presidential race in the United States. And so far, we've been pretty good. And I predicted, I said if Joe Biden was on the ballot, and if the trends continued, and if he was alive, I thought he would win the election. But the trends have changed. The the president's no longer going to be on the ballot. So now things are a little bit more up in the air. So I have been watching the planets, and I noticed that the Uranus and Mars conjunction is getting a little bit further apart. So maybe the combustible time has ended. It doesn't mean that the difficulties have ended, because they haven't. In some ways, they may be just beginning, but hopefully we won't see any more gunfire anywhere, because that's not good and for anyone. So if you're involved in that, just keep your cool. It's just politics. It's not going to be anything that is going to that has to disrupt your life too much. If you just be patient and let things get sorted out, because usually when these transits get past what their high marks, then things settle down, and usually things turn out for the better. So that's what we're looking forward to. We're looking forward to things getting better. But sometimes that road to getting better is a little bit bumpy. So we want to keep you informed on that. So with the Monday Astrologer, I want you to learn how to read a chart, how to construct your own chart. Use the chart as kind of a cheat sheet for yourself, especially if you learn how to use the transits. And if you learn to use the transits, then you can really be very effective with how to plan your life and how to get some things done. Of course, there's always going to be something that throws you for a loop, and that's something that just can't help. I mean, even on this program, I've been kind of surprised at a few things that I thought would happen. But once I reviewed it, I said, I missed that. A lot of times, astrology tells you a lot about your past, and it can only tell you a future, but it's a good guide as well. So it's something that I hope that if you do take an interest in it, and you take my course, I'll be delighted to kind of show you that pathway. And hopefully, if you took courses from other people, that those courses will do that for you as well. So we have our first caller today. Our first caller is Kelly in Richmond, Virginia. So Kelly, are you there?
Yes, sir. I sure am.
Okay. How are you today?
Okay. How are you, sir?
Fine. Have you had a recent loss or breakup?
Yes. So I married. Got with my ex-fiance that I'm trying to leave now, and he had a cat colony. So I've been pretty much a cat rescuer. And one of my favorite cats, a Star, she happened to get into the washing machine, and I did not see it Friday. So that's pretty much devastated me.
The cat in a washing machine?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Cats, sometimes the curious have consequences. So, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. Because, cats can be a nuisance, but we get attached to them, and when there's not mischief going around, we wonder where they're at. So at least that's what my cat said. So it just feels like your cat is okay. I mean, I can imagine it would be a mess, but it's just a horrific energy there. I don't want to really get into that, but no, the cat is okay at this point. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm sorry that you had to experience it. But it is over now, and it's something that I hope that you allow the grieving process to continue to take place, and so that you can move forward. Is there a question for me today?
I don't know if you do mediumship, but
I do. Do you have a father in spirit?
Yes. My best friend Christina passed away October 2nd. My lifelong friend.
Okay, so you have a father and your friend Christina passed away. Okay. Well, let me go to father.
I'm sorry, it's both my best friends. My father's still alive. Both my best friends passed away in the last 5 years, Owen and Christina.
Owen, okay. So Owen is a gentleman then, okay? So it just like he may have been the one to show up first, because it was a male figure and someone that you had a great deal of respect for. And so you're an adult, so this gentleman would be an adult as well. So, but Owen, it feels like Owen had an illness. Was there an illness around Owen?
Yes, he got clots in his liver.
I was going to say stomach or liver, but it just seems like it kind of overwhelmed him, and it just seems like, and for me, it looks almost like he suffocated there at the end because he just couldn't get his breath, and it just seemed like he was strangled, by the illness. But this is a person. Did you grow up with him, or did you? It just seems like y'all were kind of like brother and sister.
Yes, we knew each other since 10 years old. He kind of lived with me on and off, and Christina since 6.
Okay.
And she lived with me also.
Okay. Now, do you live in a rural area in Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there horses out there, or lots of land?
Yes.
Okay, because he keeps talking about how beautiful it is out there. Okay,
it is.
And I don't know. Do you have horses, or did he like horses?
I do not, but my sister-in-law, right where you can see, has a steer and a pony.
Okay, all right.
And there is a big horse farm right beside me. Yes.
Oh, right. Okay, because there seems to be horses all around you. Okay.
Yeah.
So it just seems like he's there, and I'm going to tell you the way he's showing me. So it's almost like he's sitting on a wooden fence, or he likes to look out over the land, and he likes to be kind of contemplative. But this is a person that, I just feel like he was kind of a regular guy. He was someone that may have had his ups and downs, and that may be why he had to go live back and forth with you. But he just felt like, you were family, and you were a person that he could always depend on if he needed you. But I'm not sure he really ever got on his feet. I'm not sure he ever really got made a lot of money, or got things going for him. But I think he was a good, honest person, good person, good people. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Well, I want you to know he's around you. He just says that. Now, did y'all smoke together? Y'all like to smoke cigarettes or something?
Marijuana.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry, but it is legal in my state.
Okay, well, he's smoking. Okay.
Yes.
Well, it's legal there too.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's quite all right. No, I can only tell you what I'm seeing. So what's going on. So that's good. That's validation. And your friend Christina, she just passed away within the past month or so. Is that right?
No, well, it's October 2nd, so not quite a year.
Oh, not quite a year. Okay. Has she ever had any weight issues or swelling issues?
Yes.
Okay, because it looks like she was swelling or just maybe had some circulation issues. And so I don't know if this was heart failure or what, but she was another person that kind of lost control of her health, at least from my perspective. And so she just kind of, I'm not saying she ever gave up, but she fought as long as she could. So she was an alcoholic? Did you say she was an alcoholic?
She dabbled in it, but Owen was alcoholic.
Okay. Well, because it just seems like I'm going to say she faded away. Okay, she just it wasn't like lots of different events. It just seemed like slowly but surely she kind of went down and faded away. But if anybody loved you, it was her. she
I love her so much.
And she just says that love just kind of transcends the dimensions, and she sends her love to you today. Okay. So
thank you so much. That means the world to me because we had kind of had a falling out, both of us, right before they passed.
She both of them just think the world of you, and I want you to know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care. Okay. Bye bye. So before we go to our next caller, I want to tell you a little bit about the other group of classes that I'll be offering this fall. I'll be offering my Psychic Journeys development classes. It's a total of 6. I may do 7 this month, this time around, and beyond the fall session. And if you want to join those, just once again, send me that email, check my Facebook page, and see when I'll be advertising them. And we'll send you another little invoice so that you can sign up for those classes. And it's a good foundational class. The information you learn in these classes, the astrology and the psychic development classes, you can take anywhere, okay? And you can use the concepts to build upon wherever you go. And my students for many years are still using those concepts, and many of them have gone on to be professional psychics. And so I'm proud of them for that, to have been a part of that journey for them. And so you may as well start it yourself. So I was in Abilene this past weekend, and I had the Psychic Journeys class. And one of the ladies got sick, so I wish her the very best. And because we had to call an ambulance out, it was just something. But several people took the class, and I believe that they will come out and come join the class, the longer versions of the classes this fall. But we had an interesting weekend in Abilene this past weekend. So when you're learning your psychic ability, you want to start with clairsentience, your psychic feelings. That's the one that is the most accessible, at least for most people. And then you have your clairvoyance, clairaudience, claircognizance, clairfragrance, and clairgustance. And we'll go through each one of them and give you some exercises. And all of these will be done on Zoom. And of course, you can't beat practice. So when you learn your abilities, find someone you can practice with, or If you are inclined to go to psychic fairs, maybe go to a psychic fair and get a reading every once in a while and see the skills of the person that is giving you a reading. And if you feel accomplished enough, maybe even go to, as a practitioner, to a psychic fair and see how well you do. So now I'm a purist. I'm thinking of adding some information about the tools of the trade, but I don't want you to be dependent upon the tarot cards or the pendulum or even astrology. I don't want you to be dependent on it. I want you to kind of see it for yourself and use your body as a tool and use your soul as a tool to tune into the information that you'll be receiving psychically. So with that, let's go to Alyssa in Brooklyn, New York. So Alyssa, are you there?
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Alyssa, have you been crying?
No, I have not.
Okay, it just seems like you've had some sadness around you. Have you had some sadness there?
Sort of, yes.
Sort of, okay. Is there anything going on with work or a relationship?
No, I'm not in a relationship. I'm seeing somebody, but we haven't established a relationship.
Well, okay. Well, it just I'm seeing you see someone, so you haven't established. I'm not sure what your definition of relationship is, but you are seeing someone. Okay, so what do you have a question for me today? There's a woman around you coming in. So what question do you have?
I guess around love, is the person that I'm currently dating going to be the person that I'm able to settle with?
Okay, what's your birth sign and what's his birth sign?
We're both Cancers.
Both Cancer? Okay. Well, for Cancer, this is a good time to date. This is a good time to get to know someone. This is a good time to start falling in love, okay? Cancer and Cancer can work out, but you have to realize when you're dating your own birth sign, a lot of times it can get boring. So sometimes you want to date someone that's a little bit different, but there's lots of aspects in people's charts that can spice things up, so to speak. But I feel like this is a relationship that is about growth for both of you. So if this relationship works, it will be because both of you grow together. So don't look for this relationship to be the hot, heavy passion that you may have had in other relationships, but sometimes you just want a relationship to where you can be yourself and have a working relationship with your partner, someone that you can come to agreements with, and someone that you can build something with. It looks like this is a good learning experience or growth experience. It's like I say, I don't see the passion there yet. That could come, but it's not going to come until Saturn goes into Aries, and that's going to be a little ways away. So take your time with this relationship, enjoy it, and there'll be plenty of fun here because Cancers are a lot of fun, and you're a lot of fun. But in order for the glue to really stick, you're going to have to mark some time together. Okay. Now, do you have a grandmother in spirit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because there's a grandmother, a woman coming in around you. And were you ever raised by your grandmother, or were you close to her, one of them?
No, for both.
You were not close to both? Okay. Well, I don't know why she would, but did one of them ever send you like money or cards, or were they already in spirit when you were growing up?
No, she passed a few years ago. It was more like of a distant relationship.
Yeah, but did she ever
lived far away?
She never reached out to you? Because if she didn't reach out to you then, she's reaching out to you now, okay? Because it just seems like you have some family resemblances as far as the way you look, and it's just, grandmas are the keepers of the family history, the archivists for the most part. And it's a shame that you didn't get to know her because you would have learned a lot about the family, not that your parents didn't teach you, but there's lots of things that grandmothers know that they like to pass on to the youngsters. And it would have been nice if you would have been a part of that. You would have had that opportunity to get to know her. But she likes this young man that you're seeing. She feels like, I feel like he's treating you fairly well. Is that right? Is he treating you like a gentleman?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, he is.
And so that's all very good because I don't feel like you've always been treated as nicely as you should have been in some of the previous relationships. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So this man is gonna show you a little bit different side of masculinity and a more mature side, and that's really good. And I just think it's too new for me to say exactly what's going to happen. But I am glad that you're dating. I'm glad that you're out there because this is a time for cancers to make ground, to do things and learn things while they have control of it. So I hope that you'll continue the relationship and see how far it goes, and it could be a lifetime. So now, before I leave you, have you recently moved, or are you planning to move?
Yes, I have recently moved.
You have? Okay. Because it looks like, you're just getting into some new surroundings and that you are just getting yourself kind of ingrained in the new community. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So is there anything else I can look for you?
Was there a specific message from my grandmother?
Well, it's just that she wants to reach out to you. She wants to be a little bit closer to you. She wants you to think about her more. And now, is this your mother's mother?
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, yes.
Okay. Because now it feels like you may be close to your mother. Are you close to mom?
I'm very close with my mom, which she was close with her mom.
Okay, well, she's just reaching out to both of you and just letting you know that we girls got to stick together.
Yes, absolutely. So, Grandma always wanted everybody together.
Everybody wants together. Okay, so it's amazing that the things they say and the things they do, and she just says that she just wants someone to talk to sometime. So I hope that you'll just sit and think about her or meditate about Grandma and her energy because she seems like a really good person.
Okay, definitely. I would definitely love to do that more.
Okay. All right. Well, hang in there and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. Well, we are, still broadcasting for a few more minutes. We have a couple more minutes left in our show. And I just want to reiterate that we have the Monday astrologer coming up, and we have the psychic journeys, psychic development classes coming. We'll be slowing down a little bit here in the next few weeks or so because I've got some issues I've got to take care of, which hope that you'll keep me in your prayers over them because there's some difficulties with health in the family, my wife especially. And so we're going to be trying to get some things resolved for her. And so I hope that you will keep us in your prayers. But I also wanted to let you know that this is going to be my last live broadcast here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. It's just been a pleasure to be on the program and on the network. It's been a lot of fun. I'm sure they'll have a great replacement for someone in this time slot. Because it's a good time slot. Lots of people call in and get psychic readings. And it's been fun to bring you some of the guests that I've had in the past few months with all the adventures that I have traveling through Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Kansas. It's been fun going through all the storms and everything that we've had to go through. All the perils, the robberies, and everything else that have happened during the past 18 months. the flood that I had in my home, and where I had to broadcast elsewhere, and the times I've had COVID. And so you've been with me through a lot. And I know that everyone has gone through a lot these past 18 months, and a lot more to come, I assure you, from what I can see. And I know that you'll be continuing to call into this network. It's a wonderful network. I hope that you'll take advantage of calling some of the other wonderful hosts that are on the network, and tune into some of the great gifts that they have, because I've listened to many of the shows, and I'm constantly just overwhelmed with the talent that's on this network. So please keep doing that. You can always contact me if you want at john@johncapello.com. Like I say, I'm kind of overwhelmed with a few other obligations right now, but I fully expect that things are going to get better, and I hope that you will stay in contact with me. I want to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy, for being with me through thick and thin. And please look for me someplace else, maybe here. You never know. So with that, I want to show you my new hat. And if the psychic work doesn't work out, I'm going to the rodeo. So thank you very much for tuning in to The Psychic Side. I'm John Capello, your host. And remember, there's always the psychic side. Thank you very much. So long. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
To A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast here in Australia. I'm sure plenty of people around the world have been surviving on coffee and donuts over the last few days with the Olympics going on in Paris. I know I've sort of sat up and watched a few things and sort of then regretted it the next day thinking, wow, I'm tired, but you'll have another cup of coffee and everything will be fine with the world. So it's a really exciting time for the world as we come together and celebrate the sporting greats from around the world. That doesn't matter whether they take home a medal. It's the fact that they had the opportunity to be on the world stage, to compete, to form new friendships and really come together in peace. And I think it's a really lovely, lovely time in the world at the moment. Okay, so the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is a happy house. And this invokes childhood memories. Now, for many of us that, you know, we look back at our childhood very fondly and we sort of think that things were simpler in those days and things were easier and the days were longer and we had more fun in the sun and, you know, just life was less complicated. And it probably was in lots of ways when we look back at our childhood memories. And for other people, their childhood wasn't, you know, quite a perfect childhood and they choose to forget it. But for those of us that want to remember our childhood and look back fondly at the things that happened in our lives that brought us to where we are today, that's this card. It's a time of happiness, of reflection, of, you know, celebration, of enjoying the world. And I think enjoying your part of the world. And I think it's a really apt card to come out this week when we're, you know, at the first week of the Olympics in Paris. And it's a really positive sort of card. I know here in Australia, lots of people have been getting together and having celebrations and parties and whatever, and just celebrating that the world is in peace for the moment and we can come together in a sporting sort of way. So I think it's a really apt card, that the happy house, childhood memories, and hopefully we're all making some more new happy memories, things that we can look back on in a year or two and say, wasn't that a positive, happy time in our lives? I think, you know, life moves so fast and we have so many things that we need to achieve. We don't stop often enough and reflect back on the past and the happy times and the times that got us to where we are today. And that's what I believe this card is all about. So we're going to go right into the astrology section. As I was sort of, you know, looking at where the planets are, I always take a look at the actual chart about half an hour before the show so that I'm right up to the minute of where the planets are placed and how they're affecting everybody. And I thought, isn't it interesting that, you know, there's just still so much going on astrologically. And I've been working with astrology now close on, you know, 45 years, and it still never ceases to amaze me that how, you know, something so far away can have such a direct bearing effect on our lives, and not just mine, but people that I work with and people I don't even know and people that call into the show. And, you know, people send me messages during the week and say, wow, that was right. I couldn't believe it. You know, I went back and watched the show again and that's exactly what you said was happening in my life. And, you know, and I don't even know these people personally. So it still astounds me, even after all these years, how astrology works and how it is a science. It's not somebody's guesswork sitting in the hairdresser's chair getting their hair done, dreaming something up. It is an actual science. It takes a lot of research. It takes a lot of study. It took me a very, very long time to sort of feel competent enough to call myself an astrologer, because it's something that there's just so much to learn and it's very intricate. It's very detailed. And in the early days before computers, when I got into it, just the calculations alone on a chart used to take 6 hours before you got to the fun bit of writing it up and understanding about the person. The mathematics side was, you know, quite daunting. You had to be good at maths, but you also had to be very articulate. These days we've got computers, it's all done in a few seconds, which is wonderful. But when I used to teach it, I used to teach my students how to go back to the basics in case you didn't have a computer or there was no electricity. You had to know to understand the workings of how you get to where you are today. And that's the important part with astrology. So with the sun in Leo at the moment, it's happy birthday to all the Leos. And I know lots of Leos around the world will be strutting their stuff and enjoying their parties and looking for an excuse to be centre stage. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what, you know, this time of the year is about, is for you to shine, is for you to be in the limelight and sort of really take your bow on centre stage. So it's a really great time. So the sun in Leo, of course, is also bouncing off the other fire signs. It's sort of putting a nice energy over Sagittarius, Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. Everybody's basking in that lovely sort of Leo energy at the moment and sort of really sort of strutting their stuff and enjoying what life has to offer. So staying in Leo, we also have Venus, the planet of love and affection. So it doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you're looking to attract new love in your life, you need to get out and do something different. There's no point in sitting on the couch waiting for love to knock on your door as you go swipe left and swipe right on a dating app. You need to physically get out there and participate in life. Go to things where big crowds go, whether it's a concert in the park, whether it's the zoo, whether it's going to a shopping centre, taking yourself off to a movie, but preferably where people are mingling. People have to have a conversation. People have to sort of start up a conversation with somebody. That's the best place that you'll find new love at this point. I'm not saying that you can't go swipe left and right on a dating app if that's what your thing is, but you've got more chance of meeting somebody that's meaningful if you step outside your comfort zone and get out amongst the crowds at the moment. So we also have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication. Mercury, though, is in Virgo. So the communication here starts to become quite serious. It becomes practical, logical, down to earth in a communication sense. You know, there's a possibility here that you could meet the love of your life down at the local gym if that's what you enjoy doing, is going and working out at the local gym, because Mercury does govern things like physical health as well. So, it might be a great place to start up a conversation. But I'm also going to suggest to you, if you're already in a relationship and there has been a few tricky areas recently, now is the perfect time to gently sort of bring those issues up, to sort of bring them up with your partner and say, look, darling, we need to sit down, we need to have a chat. A couple of things that have been bothering me. I don't want to start a disagreement, but I think we need to work through them. And work through them in an articulate, calm, very practical, logical sort of way. Don't come in all guns a-blazing. Come in on the softer, gentler sort of side and sort of try and put it in a very practical, logical way that we're looking for a solution together. Not I'm coming in and bashing you over the head with this is what I want, and this is what I'm demanding. No, let's work on this together in a practical, logical sort of way, and maybe then we can find a solution. And sometimes those solutions can be very healing, not just in the relationship, but can also spill over into our physical and emotional health too, regardless of what your star sign is. Because if we remove the stress out of our lives or remove the things that have been weighing us down, that quite often improves our physical health and enables us to move forward and move more freely through life. So we also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual, the unexpected, like the bolt of lightning sort of striking the ground. Uranus has been in Taurus now for quite some time. We'll be still there for a little while yet. So Uranus is creating opportunities. Now, when I'm talking about Taurus, we're talking about Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. Now, Uranus is neither positive or negative. Uranus has the ability to swallow up and become whatever you need it to be. So it can be incredibly positive, or it can be incredibly negative and quite destructive and create things out of nowhere. Now, to give you an example, someone whinging about the job, I hate my job, I hate my job, I hate my job. So you go to work and you get fired. All of a sudden it was the greatest job in the world, but you've sent it out to the universe often enough that you hated your job, that the universe was listening and said, oh, well, they don't want that job, we'll take it away from them. But what you were meaning to say was, I'm not happy with the job at the moment, I've got to find a way around this, that I can start to feel more comfortable while I search for another job. Don't just keep sending out, I hate my job, because Uranus will accommodate, it will take the job away from you, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is. So be aware of a little bit of verbal diarrhea. We also have Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet that I associate with ego. Now, to me, ego is energy. It's about the thing that makes you get out of bed of a morning that says, okay, bright, positive, all these sort of things. Let's get going. Let's get moving. Now, Mars is in Gemini at the moment. Now, with Mars being in Gemini, it sort of feels comfortable, but it doesn't. It's sort of one of those ambiguous sort of situations because Mars is very high energy, wants to achieve, wants to get the job done. And Gemini can be a little bit fickle. It can sort of dart from one situation to another. Oh, yes, I'm on this track this minute, and then the next minute we're over here and we're doing something else. And, oh, did you see that over there? So, the Gemini energy isn't necessarily consistent with achieving results. It's more sort of like a butterfly flitting from one situation to another, or one bunch of flowers to the next, or the same like a bee, you know, going from one situation to another. But a bee is actually working and gathering honey. Butterflies are just gently touching things. And that's what Gemini reminds me of, is I'm gently touching things. I'm going from one situation to another. Not that that's a bad thing, but sometimes we need to sort of structure that a little bit better, that we gain the results that we need out of that. So we're talking about here with Mars, we're talking about Gemini, Aquarius, and Libra. And we're also talking about the opposite sign of Sagittarius. Now, this week alone, I've noticed a real trend, particularly with Sagittarians I've been working with around the world. A lot of them seem to be going through changes, and a lot of them don't seem to understand why. And all of a sudden they're questioning their ability to be sort of straightforward, tell it as it is, don't ask them a question unless you want the truth. And they're second guessing themselves. And it's, I think, because of all the emphasis of the things that are sitting in Gemini that's opposing the Sagittarian stuff, that's sort of like they're questioning, am I doing the right thing? Have I been too harsh? Have I been too forthright? Have I been too honest? The answer is no, 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 no. You can never be too many of those things. It's just the people that you're dealing with may be a little bit more sensitive, and maybe you need to be aware of that. So still continuing on with Gemini, we have the moon is holding hands with Jupiter, the planet of luck and opportunity, is also holding hands, the part of fortune. Now, these are all sitting in Gemini, so they're all sort of tightly holding hands. It's like playing Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosie together. They're all together. So the moon is the emotional planet. Now, the moon will only stay here for about another 18 hours, so it's got a very short duration of how the moon influences things. But what we need to be aware of here is the moon is the catalyst or the trigger to get us up off the couch, to sort of say, okay, I need to do something more. It's time now to be sort of looking at different opportunities, different ways of doing things. Whether the emotions are triggering something positive or negative is really not the issue. It's the fact that the emotions are being triggered, and it means we're going to get up and take some action. Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity. Jupiter can bring excesses. So when we see Jupiter, we need to be very careful that we're not going to extreme, because, you know, sometimes people can go to extremes. It's nice to have a piece of chocolate cake. It's not so nice to have half the chocolate cake or all the chocolate cake, because then you're going to feel sick and you're going to feel guilty and say, I shouldn't have eaten all that or whatever. But one piece is fine. So you've got to apply that same principle to whatever it is that you're trying to bring in your life, is that you only take what you need. You're not necessarily being greedy and taking it all. You know, there's got to be some left over to share with other people, or for other people to have some good fortune as well. So Jupiter here conjunct the part of fortune is not where we find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Part of fortune is an Arabian part in the chart, but it's showing us where we can shine. It's showing us where we can really, really sort of gain the most out of our lives at the moment by, you know, really being in tune with ourselves. So again, I come back to that Gemini energy of being a little bit fickle, of darting like a butterfly from one situation to another. And there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, make sure that you're gathering the knowledge, you're gathering the wisdom that maybe then collectively we can put or corral in one spot and start something new. So it's really an important time. If you're a Gemini, a Libra, or an Aquarian, or a Sagittarian, just look at what the opportunities are around you, because there's loads and loads of opportunities there at the moment that are surrounding us. I mean, you know, for the signs that I haven't sort of really touched on, you know, we haven't really touched on the water signs. There is stuff going on in the water signs at the moment. We've still got Neptune and Saturn sitting in Pisces, which is still sort of flowing over to all the water signs of Cancer and Scorpio, and it's sort of starting to sort of bring more structure, but it's bringing structure to your dreams. So if you look at it in that way, you'll find then that, you know, things are going along at a nice pace behind the scenes. There's not really any great drama or things that are sort of jumping out that you need to be aware of, and that also applies for Virgo there. So everybody's been covered this week in some form or another. It's a very exciting week astrologically, so please don't waste it. We're going to talk with Janine in Green Bay in Wisconsin. Are you there, Janine?
Yes, I'm here.
You have a question I can answer for you, please, Janine?
So I've got a lot of things coming up in my life, and I'm just wondering if there's anything that I should be aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Primarily, my daughter's going to have another surgery to correct a surgery that was performed in during Mercury retrograde a couple of months ago.
Right.
And I'm just kind of hoping that everything's going to be fine with that.
All right, Janine, first thing is, by different laws in different, counties and states and places around the world, we're not technically able to cover health issues. But what I can do is look at your daughter's operation coming up on an energetic level, which doesn't, cover any sort of legal boundaries there. And I'm going to say this time she's going to be fine. Look, I personally wouldn't have gone in and had surgery under a Mercury retrograde. That's just me. But, sometimes we can't choose the time that we can have these things. Sometimes they're urgent or sometimes it's the only time that can be performed. But this time your daughter's going in with a different attitude. She knows what to expect. She's sort of going in with an attitude, well, I'm going to come out of this and I'm going to come out of this quickly and healthy. And it's not that she didn't go in with the right attitude last time. I think she was so sick last time that there'd been such a build-up to it that by the time she got there, she was exhausted. This time she's going in, feeling a little bit better in herself and, there's been more nutrition going into her and all these sort of things. So she's going to come out of this one so much easier. Now, coming back to you, Mum, Janine, yes, there is definitely a lot of changes coming up in your life, particularly over the next 6 months. Now, the first thing I want to say to you is we've got to stop and we've got to breathe. I think you've been sort of going so fast that it's sort of almost like you've been gasping to catch your breath. I want to slow that down just marginally. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm just saying we need to sort of take it, hour by hour, not just sort of, keep going at a frenetic pace that we're not stopping to breathe, eat, sleep, and sort of look after yourself a little bit. Let's break it down into more manageable levels. It's interesting because I think some of the things that you've already got mapped out at the moment that, September I'm going to do this, in October that's happening, in November that's happening, may change slightly. It's not that you're on the wrong path. It's just that I want, as you get to a situation or a change or something that's got to be implemented, look at it again with fresh eyes and make sure that it's exactly as you want it to be. Is there anything there we need to modify, we need to change, maybe need to drop? And by doing that, you'll be able to maneuver your way through the changes quickly and confidently that you've made the best informed choices and decisions as we go along. And that's a good thing. So I want to just sort of say to you, it's time now to sort of really rely on what it is that you believe in. You're a strong person. You've had lots of things that have happened in your life that other people would have keeled over from and said, it's all too hard and I can't do this. And you've kept going, haven't you, Janine? And that's is good that you've been able to come through the other side like you did. And now I think you've got to take a little bit of a bow and sort of, give yourself a packet of gold stars and say, I really have achieved a lot of things. So, moving forward, we need to keep on the same trajectory. Is there a chance of a move of residence coming up, Janine?
We've been discussing it. Recently, I moved to Wisconsin a couple of years ago, but now I'm thinking about moving back closer to my kids. So that's a question, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I'm really kind of wondering.
It wasn't definite, the move, but it was there. It was something that kept coming in front of my eyes to sort of say, well, ask her about, is there a move of residence? Because it was there with a question mark, as if it was something that was going to come up more and more and more for discussion, but it wasn't necessarily, yes, we're moving or no, we're staying put. It was something that keeps coming up.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and I don't think but I don't even think that you need to even make a decision this year. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, if it comes back up in conversation, yeah, we'll talk about it then, but let's not make it the number one priority. I think there's other things that need to happen first. Would you not agree?
Right. Yes, I agree. So another question that I have is, am I on the right path for what I'm supposed to do in this life?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's what I said, keep looking at things, even though you've got things mapped out, when it comes up to the time of implementing that, have another look at it. Look at it through a fresh set of eyes and make sure you're completely happy with the decisions, the choices, the whatevers you're making at that time. It's nice to have long-range plans, but when we get to that part in the queue, we need to reassess it. And by doing that, there may be some tweaking, or you might say that's not important anymore. We'll throw that out the window and we'll bring something else in. And that's okay, because you're very in tune with where you're meant to be and what you're meant to be doing. So unfortunately, Janine, that's where I've got to leave it. I've got to take my next call, but I wish you well, and just keep thinking positive thoughts about your daughter and her surgery. I know this time it's going to be a very different experience, and she's going to be healthy much quicker.
Yeah, that's what I'm praying for that too. Thank you so much.
Right.
I really appreciate your time. Have a great day.
You're very, very welcome, sweetie. Now we're going to talk with Fatima in Winnipeg in Manitoba in Canada. Are you there, sweetie?
Hi, yes.
Hi, do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Do you know if my cousin will have a baby soon? She's been trying. I don't know if it's,
yeah, that's again one of those sort of tricky areas that we're not supposed to discuss by law. But look, anyway, I can say to you, your cousin, I can see tremendous joy there, and there's going to be more than one. I can see it on 3 occasions, so I'm going to take it from that there's going to be potentially 3 little babies that are going to be added to the family. Not all at once, but over time there'll be 3 reasons to celebrate.
Maybe she'll have triplets because she's on fertility.
Oh, well, I didn't necessarily show them to me as 3 babies at once. I just showed me, three times we were going to celebrate. So I wouldn't like to predict triplets. But if that's what happens, I suppose that's God's way, isn't it? But I know she's going to be happy and she's going to be very excited about it. And it's interesting because I feel there's nothing physically or emotionally she could have done any different. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't her fault and it isn't the husband's fault. It just hasn't happened yet, but it will happen, and sometimes it's hard to understand why things take the time that they do when you haven't done anything wrong. All the tests say, yes, it should happen, and nothing happens, and you start to send, human nature says we start to delve deeper and blame ourselves and then get into an emotional spiral, but she needs to leave all that behind. What I'm going to suggest to her is I want her to sort of find a happy song that every morning she puts that on, and that sets up her day for her to be happy. And it doesn't matter what the song is, it's got to be one that makes her happy. I want the energy going into her body from the start of the day to always be positive, happy and uplifting. So if you can share that with her, that will help in the process of, I know they're doing the IVF or whatever, but that will help in the process of keeping her positive. And every time she has a little down moment, she's to take herself back to that song, put it on her phone and play it to herself. And then that'll uplift her, because we need to keep the emotions uplifted. So it's really kind that you, rang into the show to find out about her. Is there any little question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Anything you feel I should know for the future that would I should know at this time?
That was showing me around you as you're in a cycle now where there's a lot of change going on. So has there been a lot of change going on this year that you sort of, at the beginning of the year, you thought it was going to be quite a humdrum sort of, not a boring year, but predictable year, and then all of a sudden things have happened out of nowhere and you've had to change course? Because they're still showing me there's a couple of changes yet to come up that, are not necessarily negative but are positive. And one of those is going to be some changes with your job. And I'm not necessarily saying change of company. Is there potentially maybe another position that they could put you into?
Well, I work for myself, so.
Okay. Is there something you're trying to bring in there for yourself, in the business? Is there something you've been working on that you've been slowly working towards trying to bring in?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're saying to me from about October onwards seems to be when that's at its strongest. If you keep working towards it, slowly but surely, and believe in what you're doing, it will all sort of happen. But I feel 2025 is more when the business takes off and grows really fast, that you need to make sure that we've got a very, very rock solid foundation underneath it. So use this, it's not a quiet time, but this quieter period of time to make sure that all your foundations underneath the business are very solid, that, if we got a rapid growth spurt, that you could handle it. What would be your backup plan? Would you need to get somebody in to help you? All these things need to be formulated, even if it's only in your mind, that what you do, that, it'll become automatic. Like something happens, oh, bang, well, we'll put plan A into place or plan B or whatever the case may be. And that's why I want you to get ready for that. So it's a really positive time. And I also sort of feel in October there may also be something else that's going to cross your path that you'll look at implementing into the business, maybe not in October, but a little bit further down the track, that's also worthy of looking at as well. Like there's it's a really exciting period because, let's just use this as an example. You sell apples and you're very comfortable selling apples. You sell half a dozen different types of apples, and all of a sudden someone comes along and says to you, have you thought about oranges? And you think, no, not really. I'm an apple person. Well, it's like, think outside the square a little bit, because there's things that are going to be presented to you that I don't want you to just automatically dismiss and say no. I want you to say, okay, just, present that to me and I'll have a look at it. You don't have to say yes and you don't have to say no, but you can give it the time of day and then decide whether it's for you or whether it's not. Because I think sometimes you just automatically say no because you're busy, and I don't want to see you do that and miss out on some opportunities that could be coming your way. So I hope that's been of help to you, sweetie.
Yeah, okay.
Good. You're doing very, very well, and good luck to you, the babies that are coming to you. Is it your cousin's life? That's wonderful. It's going to be a wonderful, happy family with lots of noise and lots of children.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. That's where we're going to leave it today. As far as the callers that we're taking on the show always goes very quickly. And I know people sort of, clamour to sort of get a reading from one of the many shows that we have here on the network. But unfortunately, there's only a limited amount of time and only so many people that we can help. But quite often I find too, the messages that we may be sharing with a particular person will also have a flow-on effect to other people. It's like, I could apply that to me, or I could apply that to whoever it may be. And it's readings like that sometimes don't just help that one person. They can go right across the airwaves and help many, many, many people, because there's a little message in there for each and every one of us. And it's the same with, watching the television, listening to some music, watching something on YouTube or one of your, favourite programs that you're, listening to a podcast or whatever. There's always a takeaway, or sometimes there's a takeaway there that's a very personal message for you. So this week I want to leave you with a song that I know it's the Olympics and I know it's really amazing, and it was really amazing to see, those two ladies that did the opening ceremony in Paris did an absolutely sensational job. But I'm not going to leave you with their songs. I'm going to leave you with a song that is very, very close to my heart. Here in Australia 24 years ago, we held the Olympics here in Sydney. And from our opening ceremony, we had a beautiful song that was sung by the one and only, or two people, was Olivia Newton-John and John Farnham. And they sang a song called Dare to Dream. Now, Olivia's no longer with us. John's, come through his health scare and come out the other side. But it's still a very beautiful, motivational song. And I think it will go down in history, particularly Olympic history, as one of the most beautiful opening songs of an opening ceremony. So it's called Dare to Dream by Olivia Newton-John and John Farnham. So until next week, enjoy the Olympics, enjoy watching your country, strive for gold. And if they don't win all the gold medals, it's okay, because their country has done you proud. And we look forward to sort of seeing the amazing results from all our athletes around the world. Bye for now.
Any question,